Then YPP 46. YPP 46. The last but not the least, and that is ZLP 10120. ZLP 10120. We have the total valid votes to be 40809. Total valid votes 40809. For the rejected votes 1539. Rejected votes 1539. And the total votes cast 42348. Total vote cast 42348. There are the number of polling units whose vote cast were cancelled is 3, and as a result of which a total number of 1413 votes were cancelled. 3 polling units cancelled, and the total votes 1413.
Also, the reason why those votes were cancelled. The particular place exactly. Where were those polling units?
Well, we have the Erije, one of the polling units within that ward. And we have also one of the polling units within Igbo. Sorry, the code is 202. Then for another polling unit within Igbo Taku 1. Then the last one is Ijuodo. That is 3, yes. Then for the last one, Ijuodo Rekiti, we have one that is code 5. Reason, okay. One of the units there, immediately after they were counted even the vote cast, then hoodlum came. They snatched the EC8 form together with the smart card reader. So there's no way, and the only result is the one presented by just only one party. And as a result of the collated officer for the unit, and based upon on the discussion together, say, definitely there's no way we can then return even any vote, even for any of the party there. And then the other one, the remaining 2 are because of over voting. Therefore, people with disability, there are no reports of any. I think for those who presented themselves for voting, no people with disabilities. Thank you.
So, as previously agreed, we allow the party agents to ruminate over this result for the next 2 minutes, just in case there will be objections or comments, before we ask you to come and submit the original. So just give us 2 minutes, during which the party agents can absorb all the data you have presented, and we await their comments. Anyone who has any comment can just indicate by raising his or her hand and come forward. But there's someone at the back.
My name is Yinka Salam. I report for Voice of Nigeria. My comments cut across some of the local governments, incidences that occurred in some of the local governments. I don't know that I'm prepared to make it here right now. It actually has to do with prosecution. And I want the CP particularly and the commissioner to take note of this. It's been noticed that one of the things that enabled rigging in our election processes is lack of prosecution. We had yesterday of Idori. We had today, we had the call of a collation officer that said she did it under duress. There was one that said that gave an excuse and said no, that excuse is not genuine. So what is the INEC and the security doing? All these things are taken note, are noted, and they just go like that. Are they being prosecuted? And is anyone taken to the court in this system? So if nothing is done, all this will still continue to be listened. So we want to know. It's not enough to tell us something happened. What are we doing to them? Thank you.
Thank you. I think those will be matters arising. I think INEC, they have a department of voter education. I think that will be taken on board. It's not for at this venue. Because there is pretty little we can do about that right now. So I think we move on. In absence of any other comment for Okuzuba local government area, Prof, you can come and submit the original. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think the next local government area is Ono West. Ono West.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Ademola Ibitoye. I'm from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. The local government assigned to us is Ono West. Total number of registration.
I am Selina Beckley, the electoral officer, Ono West.
Now going to our voting. The total number of registration area, we have 12. Total number of registered voters, we have 171 104. 171 104. Total number of accredited voters, 39890. 39890. The votes scored by parties are as follows. Party A, 2-9. Party A, 2-9. Party AA, 0-8. Party AA, 0-8. Party AAC, 8-2. Party AAC, 8-2. Party ADC, 2-0-5. Party ADC, 2-0-5. Party ADP, 2-4-5. Party ADP, 2-4-5. Party APC, 1-5-9-7-7. Party APC, 1-5-9-7-7. Party APGA, APGA, 1-7. APGA, 1-7. Party APM, 3-2. Party APM, 3-2. Party APP, 4-9. Party APP, 4-9. Party LP, 3-9-0. Party LP, 3-9-0. Party NNPP, 1-0. Party NNPP, 1-0. Party NRM, 2-1. Party NRM, 2-1. Party PDP, 1-0, 6-7. Party PDP, 1-0, 6-7. Party PRP, 5-3. Party PRP, 5-3. Party SDP, 2-7. Party SDP, 2-7. Party YPP, 4-6. Party YPP, 4-6. Party ZLP, 1-0, 1-5-9. Party ZLP, 1-0, 1-5-9. Total valid votes, 38,177. Total valid votes, 38,177. Rejected votes, 1657. Rejected votes 1657. Total votes cast 39834. Total votes cast 39834. Cancelled polling units. We have cancellation in 5 words, comprising of 8 polling units, and they are as follows. In Ward 1, polling unit 13, there was overvoting. Ward 2, polling unit 10, refusal of the use of smart card, which was attributed to waste of time. All of effort to make them to understand failed. So there was cancellation. In the same Ward 2, polling unit 11, the same thing happened. Then Ward 5, polling unit 3, there was overvoting. Then in polling unit 6 of the same Ward 5, having concluded voting, they brought out the voting bag, emptied it, and burnt it. That took place in polling unit 06, Ward 5. Then in Ward 07, polling unit 27, there was overvoting. Then lastly, in Ward 12, polling unit 04, while voting was going on, midway the card reader malfunctioned, and the PO there decided to make arrangement for another smart card reader. But the voters said no. They will want to conclude by voting without smart card reader. And they refused. They did not even allow the PO to look for smart card reader. And in the same ward, Ward 12, polling unit 12, there was overvoting. And so necessary report have been made to that effect. There was no case of PWD, that is. Yes, sir.
You only told us the specific words where you had cancellation. I think it will be useful to let us know how many votes are involved.
Wow. Okay.
The total number of votes that are in the council, not just the ward and the polling unit. It must be a specific number.
All right.
Like in the Ward 1 polling unit 13, where you said there was overvoting.
Okay.
So how many accredited voters are we expecting there? same thing for the others. Because I think the party agents will also be interested in those figures.
Well, in Ward 1, the number of registration voters were 880. In Ward 2, we have 354. In Ward 5, we have 573. In Ward 7, we have 929. And then in Ward 12, we have 777. All right, sir.
Yes.
The what?
The very first one you mentioned was Ward 1, polling unit 13, overvoting. So how do you come about the overvoting? How many accredited voters? I think it's better to go over them one by one. Then we too can add. I mean, just to confirm your figures.
Well, the
So we did not compile the votes of the units. We only wrote the names, the names of the wards, the names of the PUs.
That will not be useful to us. If a particular polling unit, let's assume there were 300 registered voters, then how many were accredited? Because before you cancel, you must have accredited them. How did you say it was overvoting? Is it that you are expecting maximum of 200, it now turned out to be 205?
No, overvoting because the number of voters were greater than accredited.
But greater than what? You have to give us the figures. Unit by unit. You have mentioned about, I think the first one you mentioned was Ward 1 polling unit 13. Let's start from that one. From my record. You said Ward 1 polling unit 13 that was overvoting. Overvoting doesn't tell us much story. How many accredited voters, then what did the result give? Then you can then say there was overvoting. That was why you did the right thing by cancelling the vote for that polling unit. Because it's very important.
From different
Step down Ono West. Okay. No, we have Odigo. Oh, sorry, it's on the way. We cannot be waiting on them. We can just have 5 minutes recess. They don't have to be under too much pressure. So when you are through with the figures, you let us know. We are here. So we can stretch our legs. Yeah, I'd like to just crave your indulgence that what we have here is the result sheet from ECHD. So we have to open it now just to show that no figures have been pre-recorded. The party agents can just come close so that you can cite this one to show that no figures have been pre-recorded. Nothing has been written there up to now. It's just now we want to transfer or transcribe. Okay, are you satisfied? Thank you.
Security agencies and section general and rural choices and we just had also some results from some local governments and we had issues with one of the local governments whereby the information the correct results were manipulated and they had to step down the result of that local government. As we come along, please just keep watching and stay tuned as we get votes from the state.
Just the way it is. Just 15. If only you want, eh?
How did they?
Okitipupa local government area, Ono West local government area. However, there is an issue with the result. So they have been given 5 minutes to go and rectify. We're expecting Okay, we have seen reports from the 3 local government areas out of 6 local government areas we're expecting. That's Ose local government area, Okitipupa local government area, and Ono West local government area. They have all come in, but the returning officer, Professor Abel Olayinka Idowu, asked the people from Ono West, the officers from Ono West, to take a break to get their figures right because they reported some irregularities that overvoting in Ono West, but it did not tally with the number of registered voters there. So the returning officer has given them a 5 minutes break to go and rectify the results. Like I said, results from the other local government areas that have come in: Ose local government area, Okitipupa local government area, and in Ose we have APC 15,122, PDP 8,421, ZLP 1,083, and the Okitipupa local government area APC 19,266, the PDP 10,367, and ZLP 10,120. Our guests are still here. Just before we left for the collation hall, one of our guests, that's Austin Aigbe, Senior Program Officer, Center for Democracy and Development, left. But of course, we have a replacement, the Dr. Chris Kwaja, Board Member, Yaga Africa. He's here with us. And of course, Professor Lucky Afinotan, Professor of Political Science and Dean, Colleges of Humanities and Social Sciences, Joseph Ayo Babalola University, is still here. Thank you so much for still being a part of Ondo Decides here. Okay, let me go to you, Dr. Kwaja. This issue, from the results that have come in from 3 local government areas, we've had this issue of overvoting. What's your take on that?
I think the issue of overvoting is a recurrent issue in the context of Nigeria's electoral democracy when it comes to voting, the part of the electoral. It's a function of so many factors. One, the whole question of vote buying, which is also linked to attempts by political parties, by communities, by individuals to alter the electoral process, which also has huge implications for the outcome of that election. And when you see such a situation, you are worried, you are concerned. And I think the decision to give the officials some time to go and sort that out is important. But to what extent will the sorting out address the question of altering of election results in the context of overvoting? Because this is not something that is always done which you refer to as a mistake. It is deliberate. Some people do it because they want the result of the polling unit to be cancelled. Some do it because they want the result of the polling unit to favor them. So you have it's a mixture of so many factors. And I think this is something that INEC and the Nigerian people are very decisive in doing. Unfortunately for us, we have a situation where electoral offences are criminalized on paper, but you don't see prosecution. People don't pay for such crimes. People don't pay for such offences. And because people don't pay for such offences, we see impunity gaining ground. Individuals do it because they know that they can go scot-free. And that is the situation we have in the
Okay, Professor, let me come to you. This issue of overvoting, like he said, it's a recurring one. And of course, INEC will cancel those. Said they will cancel those areas. But is it just enough to cancel?
Well, thank you. This is obvious fraction. People cannot just overvote unless something wrong is taking place. Here, it's a question of neutral. This is the malady that must be addressed by the government. Vote buying is tough because an election is part of the social contract between the rulers and the ruled. And those the ruled are in a position once every 4 years to express their franchise. Now, in expressing their franchise, every faction needs to ensure that it votes out and accountable. Now, if there is overvoting, then there is a problem. Going to sort it out next. Are they going to re-vote, or are they now going to re-accredit people? So there is no amount of sorting out that can really solve the problem and already done overvoting.
Okay.
Consequently, there are recommendations that one could make when trying to forum permits.
Okay.
Right now, I believe that local government or that polling the votes must be cancelled.
Okay, all right. At this point, we'll go back to Abuja. Or before we go back to Abuja, let's go back to the collation to see some of the results that have come in. Already we have about 15 local government areas where results have come in from. We have Ifelodu, yes, Ifedore local government area, Ile-Oluji, Okegbo, Irele local government area, and Akoko Northeast local government area, Akoko Southwest local government area, Ondo East, Owo, Akure North, Idonre, Irele, Southeast, Akoko South, like I said before. We also have Ose local government area, one of those that just came in, Okitipupa local government area, and of course Ono West local government area. That's the one with the issue now that they are trying to sort out. But Prof, we were talking earlier when Mr. Agbe was here, he was talking about effect of fake news on the political process, just like this. Just like this issue we have now, is it just enough for it to happen? We talk about it and it goes off like that.
In fact, that and vote by are the biggest problems now in faulty, free and fair voting. Most of the other issues are resolved to the satisfaction of most Nigerians. However, fake news can lead to violence. Fake news can
Agatha, we shall come back to you as soon as we have some audio problems on that side, and we'll get to it, and then we'll come back to you, particularly when the two remaining local governments are ready. That would be Niger and Eseudo local government. Now we have 16 local governments ready. I think we can begin to look at the shape of things. Our guests, you already have a picture of what is happening in Ondo State. Of course, the final results must wait for the final local government. You are not a political commentator, Nick, but
No.
You will have to delve into how this election is taking shape. 3 main candidates, 17 of them contested. People are not really bothering. INEC must announce all the 17 participants. Even if it is 0, you must call it so. Yes. But media would want to save space and time. So we are concentrating on those 3 that so give us your impression of the top 3.
Well, I think so far so good. We have only 2 local governments outstanding from 18, and God willing, before 3 p.m. I think the results should be in. And one thing that elates me is the peace that pervaded the entire process, from the actual conduct of the election at the polling units to the collation at the registration area centers, the collation at the local government centers, and now the state collation center. I think this bears saluting all stakeholders for a job well done. And I wish also to observe that the INEC results portal As at 10:30, we have had 2,995 results uploaded and viewed. So what is outstanding is not much, given the fact that we have a total of 3,009 polling units across Ondo State.
And you have capacity for about 2 million people to
Yes, to view at the same time without any glitches or it's cloaking. So as I said this, I'm sure hundreds of thousands must have viewed the results, because if you look at what is trending in the social media, it is these results that are being uploaded and people are following them. There's a lot of chatter about the conduct of the elections, and I think it helps. It shows that people are really interested in the conduct of the elections. And I remember that even in Edo, members of citizens of Edo in diaspora showed more than casual interest in the conduct of the elections in Edo State, and this is also not. I'm sure this is also generating the same kind of interest amongst Nigerians and members of the international community. What we have seen is that the processes were put in place in INEC have worked, in spite of the fact that there were some challenges here and there, but these are challenges we anticipated. For example, because the shelf life of the smart card readers, has lapsed, more or less, we expected malfunctioning of the smart card readers, as a result of which we deployed 104 registration area technical support staff to...
That brings me to this issue.
Yes.
Talking about smart card readers. About 2 weeks or so before the Ondo election,
yes,
one of the containers containing smart card readers went on flames.
Yes.
How did that affect the election?
Well, it didn't affect it in any way, because thankfully this occurred 2 weeks to the conduct of the election, and we had redundant smart card readers in states adjoining, Ondo. So, and Oyo State is a bigger state than Ondo.
Yes.
So what we did was we moved most of the smart card readers from Oyo State. And
INEC has not been able to find out if that inferno was as a result of sabotage.
Well, there's an investigation that is ongoing. I'm sure after the conduct of the election, we will be able to have a report, and we'll be able to determine exactly what happened, because our attention has been on the conduct of the election,
yes,
and replacing those smart card readers and configuring them,
yes,
to be specific to the polling units in Ondo State. So our attention was on that. But after the election, we will now go back again and review the conduct of the election holistically.
Okay.
Holistically means taking into consideration that particular incident that happened. And I think the question people keep asking is, why do such incidents precede the conduct of major elections? And we've also said...
It's becoming more than a coincidence.
Exactly. So we've also shown concern about it. We are not happy that such things happen, and that is why the Commission insists on investigating this particular one, and then looking at others. What really happened? Is it that we have challenges with power surge, or there is something about the smart card readers that makes them inflammable? So these are things we have to look at, because someone was observing that the products used, the battery and the substance used to build the smart card reader, make them easily combustible. But it's not something scientific. Okay. It's not proven. Okay. But it's something we are looking into, so that we address it. We want to avoid that kind of incident, because it embarrasses us.
Dr. Hamisu, let's finish treating this issue. We'll go to results very soon.
Yeah.
If this is sabotage.
Yes.
What does anybody stand to gain? Is it possible that if there are no smart card readers in a state election, INEC will change it through and allow you to vote manually?
Yeah, you know, I used to say this all the time. The Nigerian politicians have not swear an oath that they will be honest and faithful to the process. So as INEC is planning to outdo them so that the process will be respected and adhered to, they are always trying to create alibi for post-election adjudication. Because as it is today, the fight now is between determining the winner through the ballot box
and determining it in the court of
or
law.
determining it
at the tribunal.
At the tribunal. Yeah. Don't forget the fact that the case of Imo in particular, I think that was exactly what happened. There were votes that were rejected.
Yes.
But the candidate approached the court, and the court, in its own wisdom, decided to accept those votes that were rejected by INEC.
Yes.
And that changed the equation. So it is about winning for some persons through the process, for some others through whatever means necessary and possible. And that is why you always have this clash, this fight, this going back and forth, so that by the time INEC will say we are done addressing these problems, next set of election will present another set of problems because the politicians have not changed. They don't want to win through the process. Okay. They want to win through any means necessary and possible.
Okay. Now, let's begin to study the results. The three main contenders have, we already have a picture of where they are coming from, and you'll see that the candidates, these three main candidates, have a very interesting spread. One is from Ondo North, one is from Ondo Central, one is from Ondo South. And but it doesn't seem the results so far. Yes, all of them seem to have held on to their enclaves.
Yeah.
Bearing the one from South, we are still expecting Elijah and Eseodo. But the ones from Central and the North have done well in their areas. Let's start from Ifedore. Ifedore is in the north, and there we have the incumbent governor, who is having 9,300 votes. Now, Eitayo Jegede of PDP has 11, and the deputy governor, Agbola Ajayi, has 1,800. So, Eitayo Jegede wins there. That is not a surprise to those who are following the trend, Dr. Hamisu.
Yes. Yeah, you know, one of the parameters we use in judging a candidate in an election, whether his people are together with him or not, is the fact that he's able to win not only his ward, but his polling unit before you come to the larger umbrella, which is the local government. So if it were to be the time of option A4, we would have said that he's loved by his people. Probably he has done more for the people of his area, and they decided to translate that into vote for him. So, and it equally showed that the incumbent too made inroad into that local government, probably because of his developmental drive and whatever, or is able to dispense patronage. So he was able to slug it out with him. But the issue there is that Eitayo Jegede is with his people, and the people believe in him, and that translates to winning his local government.
Now let's take a pause and discuss Agbola Ajayi. Agbola Ajayi is the incumbent deputy governor. From the results so far computed, it would seem he has lost out as deputy governor, even though we're still waiting for the final computation. But we have 16 local governments out of 18 local governments. It will take a miracle for him to bounce back. He still remains a sitting deputy governor, Nick, by virtue of our laws and the court pronouncement. Since he is contesting on another party. Very interesting scenario there.
Yes, we noted that, but very soon that tenure will lapse.
Yes.
And I think it's even one of the reasons for which we had to conduct the elections in Edo and Ondo. The two elections are end of tenure elections, and they are not movable.
Yeah.
If you dare to move them from the dates that we enunciated,
it will affect the tenure.
It will create its own constitutional crisis, because the dates are constitutionally circumscribed, so you cannot move them. But I think what you are observing will automatically, by the time the result is declared, a winner emerges. At the end of the day, the tenure of the incumbent and his deputy will lapse,
yes.
And whoever is declared, takes over from there. So that lacuna will not be there. It's seamlessly filled. So that is for us in INEC. But talking about politicians delivering or doing well in their enclaves or strongholds, that is to be expected. But in a context such as this, and based on our laws, two things are significant. First of all, by law, whoever is eventually declared winner, must score the highest votes cast.
Yes.
And then he must also have spread. That is, he must score at least 25% of the votes in at least 2/3 of the local governments in that state. And since we have 18 local governments in Ondo State, that means whoever is declared must also meet the requirement of having at least 25% in 12 local governments. And I don't want to preempt the returning officer, so we'll leave that to him. By law.
Now,
He's the only one that can declare the result, and nobody can change it. Even the commission or its chairman cannot change it. Only a court of law can decide otherwise.
Oh, okay. Akure is the state capital, and it has one of the highest population of voters by the record we have of registered voters. And so when we come to Akure North, we see Eitayo Jegede coming up again after about 6 local governments in the whole state falling to the incumbent. We go to Akure North and we see Eitayo Jegede taking up his pace again. But then we go to the central part of the state, which shares the same thing with Eitayo Jegede, where he made inroads in the zone. But then we must not forget the north, which is where the incumbent governor comes from. Now, the incumbent governor, from the results we have had so far, has shown that he was a governor for the state. Even the local governments where he did not win outright, he got substantial votes. But let's give respect to Owo, his very home base.
Yes.
Look at the margin, Dr. Hamisu.
Yeah, I will return to what I said earlier on. It shows that the candidates are with their people and the people are with them. But coming back to what Nick said, constitutionally, highest vote as well as spread is what is taken into account. And as you rightly pointed out, if the incumbent is not performing and maybe it's not running all-inclusive government or governance process, that will translate to even losing outrightly because he may not get the highest vote in those local government and the needed percentage that will give him the spread would have been lost. So by the time he loses either of these, then there will be a problem. He won't be declared as the winner. Yeah. But in order to maintain the two, and his action, and in other local government where outside his own zone, yes, he relies on what he has done and the people that are together with him. Mm-hmm. And so if his work will not speak to him, right, what is left is for those people he has worked with. Those people he has worked with, were they able to touch lives? If yes, that will translate to goodwill, that will translate to vote. Except where there are violence. We will now realize that, okay, maybe the parties contending do not have the goodwill that can translate to peaceful vote. So they are now resorting to what? Violence in order to change the figures that will suit them and then give them edge in the process.
Now, one area that surprises me is in Ondo East. Ondo itself is a very it's a metropolitan center in Ondo State.
Yes.
But it has about the lowest turnout. Less than 15,000 voters voted in this election.
Yes.
Do you have any idea of what Ondo people went through for them not to come out to vote in this? Just 15,000 totally.
Well, one of the things I have seen in my sojourn in this electoral cycle and the rest and participating in the election, in most circumstances, the elites don't vote. Elites don't vote. Most of them don't vote because they used to claim they are busy. Some is a day for them to rest. The second thing again is, as a metropolitan city, if you have a lot of non-indigens in those locations, they only register to vote during presidential elections. Local elections don't even interest them because of these indigent settler issues that we're having in Nigeria. So most people will look, if you check our electoral results, election results so far. Let's say gubernatorial election, you will feel that the state capital will produce the highest vote. It's not always the case. Most people in the state capital will prefer to remain in their homes. Where people vote most are the rural areas, because they attach much importance to it. So for us at the urban centers, we often take all of this for granted, and we feel it is a day for us to rest from our daily routine. Yes. So we relax at home and we monitor the event on Facebook and WhatsApp. So we ended up even transmitting fake news instead of going out to vote and monitor or observe the process. So this is the trend that has been the case in the last few years that I've monitored, even within FCT. You will be shocked during elections. You'll be thinking, okay, Amak, there are many. This is so. Somebody a tribe will come out and say, our people are the majority in FCT. I'm going to win the election. During the election, you see, we getting like 2,223 votes.
And then speak to this. If we are saying that we don't have to lock down when there are elections, and yet during elections that there is lockdown and you allow people to have nothing other than voting, people still are lackadaisical about it. What if we get to the stage like in advanced climes where people are going to their offices and just stopping over to vote and continue? What would be the attitude? From INEC's position, what promise does that have for turnout?
Well, I think, yes, we have had issues with voter apathy in some areas. In Abuja, in municipal, in Anambra, for example, and we have also seen a steady decline in the voter turnout since 1999. And I have not seen an empirical or scientific work that has been done. So most of what I'm going to say are just enlightened guesses. They are not predicated on any scientific study that has been done. But
sorry, please. There's no scientific study as to
well,
know whether if they would declare public holidays, the more people go to vote.
No, okay. With respect to voter apathy,
okay,
which we just mentioned, we once commissioned some academics from, I think, the University of Ibadan to take a small sample size, but it didn't go beyond it was not globalized.
Okay.
But what I can say is that I think in most cases where you have that kind of apathy, where it's endemic, is because most of the people are not interested in local elections. And then you also see that during elections, particularly in Abuja, there are certain quarters, certain elite quarters like Asokoro and Metama, where people hardly come out to exercise their franchise. But on the whole, I think the issue of voter apathy might have to do with one or two things, one of which is people's initial fear that their votes will not count.
Okay.
But now that the votes are counting, we are likely to see a renewed interest in the electoral process. Then I think that...
Sorry, Nick, we'll have to go back to Akure now.
Okay.
I think they are ready for us for another segment.
Okay.
We'll be back for more of these analysis when we are done with Akure.
Total no.
No, that one is not before us.
Okay, it's not necessary. All right.
Some of them do not even have
Okay,
PVC.
the number of accredited 154.
Yes.
And the number voted 179.
So that was overvoting.
That's overvoting.
Okay, sir.
Now in Ward 5, polling unit 003, number accredited 119, 119. Number voted 122. Number voted 122.
Also overvoting.
That is also overvoting.
Yes.
Then Ward 07.
Yes.
Polling unit 27.
Yes.
Number accredited 187. Number voted 203.
Also overvoting.
Also overvoting. Then in Ward 12, polling unit 12, we have smart card, on use of smart card. Then also in polling unit 004, which was reported previously when I was giving my report initially, that in Ward 12, polling unit 12, there was overvoting. Now this is the form EC8A for that polling station.
Which one now?
Polling unit 12.
Yes.
Sorry, Ward 12, polling unit 12.
Now you said smart card was not used.
Smart card was not used. Thank you very much. So it's not overvoting in that polling unit, but smart card was not used.
Yes.
The same thing in the also in that same polling unit 12. Smart card was.
Sorry, which ward now?
Ward 12, the same Ward 12, but there are two polling units. Polling unit 4 and polling unit 12. In each of the polling units, their smart card was not used.
For both of them?
For both of them.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Is that all?
Unless there are other information you want to know.
So about the council vote.
Yes.
So the number.
Okay, to total number.
Wait. The accredited voters for Ward 1 polling unit 13 was 154.
Yes.
Then for Ward 5 polling unit 003, accredited voters 119.
Yes, sir.
Then for Ward 7 polling unit 27 187.
Yes, please.
I think we can as well add those three.
That's right.
Get the total number of cancellations for.
That's right. For those.
Ono West.
That's right.
So 154 plus 119 plus 187.
That's right.
So that is 13, 20, 7, 8, plus 8, 16. I think 460. 460. 460. So that's the figure for the number of cancelled votes.
Votes in the, yes, sir.
For likely overvoting. Yes. Overvoting for the 3 units. Is that okay?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
So you are discharged and acquitted.
Thank you very much. Question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, we have reasons to believe that what happened in Ono West goes beyond what we are seeing here. We have reasons to believe that what happened in Ono West goes beyond what was right here. You said we are going on a recess for maybe 5 minutes, but we went for almost an hour for something that could have been resolved under even 2 minutes. We believe that this should have been tidied before here, and for it to take that long, we want to believe that a lot must have happened, because it does not take rocket science or rocket mathematics for us to arrive at this. We had a lot of reports in Ono West that there was a lot of rigging, violence, manipulation, overvoting. We have not asked if the number of voided votes. We only know the number, we only know that there was overvoting. Apart from this overvoting, was there any vote that was voided? That is another question. But I really want to suggest, sir, that by the time we start probing this, it will definitely lead to the total cancellation of the votes in Ono West. Because in auditing, when the manipulation is done and we are looking for 5 naira, we don't allow that person to bring the 5 naira, but we probe it very well, and we might discover a fraud of even 5 billion naira. So I really want us to look into this case very well, because we had so many issues in Ono West. We're actually waiting for a report. I think the report will come even before the end of this exercise. Thank you.
Can I? I'm highly surprised for the comment made by the last speaker, because we didn't have any issue other than what we had reported here. In fact, it's so surprising. I was just looking at him, when he was talking. I want to, you can probe, but we have all the documents here. And I want to explain to you why it took long. Because I work with facts. I don't take figures arbitrarily. I have to go deep into the papers used, even at the police station, to extract this information, to be sure that I am giving the right report. And you can go and probe to any level. I know that we are in order. So it took long because we were dealing with documents. Volume of documents. And they are there if you want to see. In fact, I brought these two here in case there's going to be question on it. That is right from the polling station. So the information we gave here are the information or what actually happened during the period of election. When it comes to manipulation, count me out. I will never do it. And I will never be part of it. Thank you.
You know, with all due respect, I know you couldn't have been at each of the polling stations. I mean, it's practically impossible. Even if you're a magician, you can only depend on the data you collected from each polling station, which most of them are already on the social media anyway, even before we left this place. 5 minutes, 10 minutes after the conclusion of voting, they already pasted in their photographers, social media. So I believe you, sir. Your own is just to take the result from all the various polling stations at the ward level. The ward will then come to the local government headquarters. I think your own assignment was at the local government headquarters. Yes. Just like me, of course, I never visited any of the 3,009 polling units. I mean, I didn't visit anyone. So just the one at the polling station, to the ward, then to the local government. So it's the one at the local government that you are bringing here. Based on it's just arithmetic of what happened at the various polling stations in your local government. In this case, Ono West. I think it's fine. I think the gentleman with Aketi. That's ZLP, I mean.
ZLP. This is APC. I want to thank the umpires for a job well done so far. And I want to reply to what he has said. I think what happened in Ono West is very clean enough that we should not apply any sentiment. The reporting was not about violence. There are one violence in one place. The remainder are overvoting. And where there is an overvoting, the result is supposed to be cancelled. There is nothing. The law is so clear. But for you now to apply sentiment and say there was violence, there was this, there was that, who gave you the report? Because when we are here, we should be careful of the information we are sending to the public out there, so that we don't just send information that will create problem. Because I think what we are hearing here is what we must respond to. And if your agent or your people in the local government, they have reported anything to you, then you state it exactly the same way they have stated it to you. Please, I want to appeal that we should mind whatever we say here. We are in a decent society. God bless you.
I think if I recollect overnight, in the case of the local government, I mean, the collation officer reported violence.
Yes.
I know that's what I'm saying, but in the case of Ono West, the gentleman here, I mean, I'm not sure he's going to stake his reputation. If there were incidents of violence, he would have so reported. So I think we have spent so much time on this. No, I think the gentleman in the second row.
Thank you. I'm going directly to. My name is Honorable Sunday Adeji, representing ZLP. As regards Ward 2, polling unit 10 and 11, I think from the report we had from the field, what was reported to us was that in polling unit 10, Ward 2, the smart card failed to function, was not functioning. And the people had to wait. INEC officials said they were going to look for replacement. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, they couldn't bring any. And the people there were agitated. They said, okay, let us vote. Were they supposed to be deprived of their voting rights when the INEC could not provide the card reader? And the time was almost expiring, and they said all of them, all the voters there agree, okay, because before we thought there should be incident forms where card readers were not functioning. But now, if all the voters there agree, okay, if INEC refuses to provide the card reader, let's go ahead and vote. So we don't understand why now they have to cancel those votes. That happened in the Ward 2 PU10 and PU 11, and also Ward 12 PU4 and PU4 and PU12. So exactly is that fault? Should the voters be deprived of those number of votes, should a political party be deprived of those number of votes because they couldn't get the candidate? Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have spoken eloquently on those cases. I think the reports have been collated. I mean, we are not law enforcement agents. And we also know that if there are complaints of irregularities, I think there are opportunities for people to ventilate their grievances subsequently. I mean, I don't have power to cancel any vote here beyond what the collation officer is presenting. I wasn't there. So, okay. I think we are done with Ono West. So we thank you, sir, Professor from Obafemi Awolowo University and the Electoral officer.
Thank you very much.
So you have to kindly submit the original. Is the local government ready? Or you need 2 minutes? It's not ready yet, but they have arrived. Okay, so we wait on you. Like, how long do you need? How much time? Okay, we'll give you 15. So, local government is ready now, Abi?
Yeah.
Okay, please, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed.
Please, you have to use the mic.
Thank you very much. This is the result of 2020 Ondo State government election in Odigbo local government. My name is Professor Oladeji David from Obafemi Law University.
I'm Adela Olusegun, the electoral officer of the local government.
Thank you very much. Let me read out the names of the registration areas. We have 11 registration areas. Okay. Number of registered voters, we have 134,674. 134,674. Number of accredited voters, 43250. 43250. Scores of each of the political parties. A 35. A 35. AA 10. 10. AAC 94. 94. ADC 284. 284. ADP 283. 283. APC 23571. 23571. APGA 23. APM 45. APP 76. LP 168. NNPP 25. NRM 45. PDP 9485. PRP 54. SDP 285. YPP 49. And the last ZLP 6540. Total valid votes 41072. 41072. Rejected votes 1922. 1922. Total vote cast 42994. 42994. That is how far the result of election in Odigbo local government.
Any cancellations?
Yes, we have 3 cancellations. The name of the, do I give the name of the polling booth? All right, Ajana Village with the polling code 008. Total number registered 175. The problem there started with smashing and snatching of ballot papers. Violence, exactly. Snatching and smashing, which resulted in violence. The second one is at LA Primary School. Abuja. The code is 002. Ward 6. The same ward, the 3, yeah. Abuja, right. Yes, they abandoned the use of card readers, and that resulted into, disagreement between the voters and the electoral officers there.
Resulted in what, sir?
The same violence.
Violence?
Yeah.
Violence.
And the third one, Taibo Village.
Which ward?
What's the same ward?
Ward 6.
Yeah. There they abandoned the use of a card reader. The code is 003. Is 003. And this led to the cancellation of the result in.
So what is common to the 3 units in the Odigbo where you had issue was violence?
Exactly.
Snatching the ballot papers or refusing to use the smart card reader.
Exactly.
I mean the summary.
That's summary.
Because registered voters, it's not the same thing as those who have who came for accreditation. If anything, the one that you can do business with to be those who are accredited. I think we were all accredited before the violence erupted. If you have an idea of the number of accredited voters in each of the 3 units, respectively.
Yes, we have.
Accredited voters.
Yeah.
How many were accredited at Ajala Village?
175.
Yes, you said that.
370 in early primary school,
Yes.
and 462 in Table Village in Abuja.
That were accredited
Accredited.
before the outbreak of
Yeah,
violence.
exactly. Total number 1007. 1007.
So can you? One was 175.
I
The other one was
read again.
Please.
Ajana Village 175.
Yes.
Early Primary School 370.
Yes.
Tubo Village 462.
And the total?
1007.
Are you sure it's up to 175?
Yes, 1007.
Yes. Okay. 1007. I don't think from Ore. I think this is Ore. Ore is the Odigbo local government.
Odigbo local government.
Can I help you?
I think wrong attributing the cancellations to violence. Instead, I will insist it's still INEC negligence. The prof said, excuse me, sir. The prof said there was malfunctioning of the card reader. Or you said people decided not to use the card reader.
They were forced to abandon the use of card readers. Yes, they forced.
They forced them to abandon the use of card readers. The voters, because the card reader was not functioning properly, or what?
That is not before
they
us.
said they deliberately did not want to use the card
That
reader.
wasn't before us. What we were told was that they forced them to abandon the use of card readers.
Well, I have not heard of such incident.
Well, that was exactly what happened. They told my mic do that to us.
And you can submit your result sheet.
Then you go inside the hall and
Yes, welcome back. And the Ono West local government has been resolved. We can tell you APC led in that local government 15,977. PDP has 10,627, and Zenith Labour Party has 10,159. And let's get from our guests what they want to see in the possible next elections, which we are likely to have off-season election. Told is going to be Anambra in 2021. As we bid them bye-bye for participating in this election, let's have from you first, Dr. Hamisu, what you would wish to see in next year's election that we should not be talking about as repeatedly the way we have always repeated issues on every election.
From the guests in the studio in Akure there, I heard them saying the election is a remarkable improvement, and it is totally different from what has been anticipated. In their words, they witnessed a lot of improvement. What we want to see going forward is an election that will go with fun, not tension. What election is supposed to do is to relieve people of tension. Election is supposed to take away violence. So the cardinal principle of democracy is election, rule of law, constitutionalism. But the entire process is to ensure that there is no destruction in trying to choose leaders. So by the time you start finding violence in an election, it's an aberration. And that is why our own democracy is characterized as third world democracy or developing nations democracy. There is nothing developing about our democracy. It's our attitude. So for instance, if the police officers will perform their roles as the Constitution demanded of them, providing security for everybody irrespective of the fact that you are an opposition figure or not. If voters will come to the polling unit and exercise their vote, if INEC officials will not be induced, and if they will refuse to be compromised, and every actor will act in such a way that peace and tranquility will be protected, then we are moving somewhere. The second thing is the attitude of INEC. I think political parties need to up their games by following suit, because INEC is always ahead. I can guarantee you that after this election there will be post-mortem by INEC. And the challenges will be noted, solutions profile. I urge the political parties, the security agencies to do the same, because you cannot be going to next election with the same challenges that you've noted before. So if we deploy problem-solving attitude to elections, to issues around security, to issues around logistics, deployment, and management, to issue of providing conducive environment for INEC officials to perform their responsibilities, they will not be having any problem. There will be no need to go to court after any election. So for me, this is the way to go, deploying problem-solving attitude to issues that affect election management and then administration.
Nick, your final words, please.
Yes, let me say that we still have 15 by-elections to be conducted on 31st October 2020. And out of the 15 elections, we have 6 senatorial elections and 9 state constituency elections. So when you take them together, I think they amount to maybe 3 governorship elections. If you consider that in each state, we have 3 senatorial districts. So the senatorial elections, 6 will take 2 states, and then the 9 state constituency elections will amount to, say, the conduct of an election in a state like Bayelsa or the FCT, where we have 6 area councils.
That is another logistic burden on INEC.
So we expect that working together with other stakeholders, we have raised the bar in Ondo and Edo, that will continue to raise the bar, continue to improve on the conduct of our elections, and let us also begin to see less disruptions, taking my trajectory from what he said regarding violence. Let us see less violence. Let us see more professionalism on the part of stakeholders like INEC and the security agencies. Let us see more peaceful conduct on the part of the political parties and candidates, because when there is peaceful conduct, the elections are generally more credible and acceptable. And then let us see issue-based campaigns. Let us dwell on issues rather than personalities. Okay. And then, of course, let us refrain from vote buying, because all these things that we mentioned, they affect the quality of our elections, and they tend, also and manipulate, the outcome. So we hope to see less on that. We need to work on these challenges, and I can assure you, like what my friend said here, INEC will still go back to the drawing table and see where it didn't do well and see how it can improve in subsequent elections.
Mr. Nick Dazang there, the Director of Voter Education of INEC, and Dr. Abdul Rahman Abu Hamisu, Public Affairs Analyst and Political Scientist, all helping us to get a good picture of what the Ondo State governorship election has been like in the last 2 days, but specifically this morning they have guided us with their thoughts on this election. And mostly what we have tried to do is to ensure that we look forward, we have an insight into what we should be doing forward looking. I want to say thank you for coming, and we'll have you again anytime elections beckon. Yeah. And, for now, we continue our transmission of the Ondo elections. We have the two more local governments, critical local governments, to highlight, to announce, and thereafter the totality of the scores of all the 18 local governments will then be announced. For now, let's take a break, and we'll be back with you in a moment. I think we have to break that law from Akure. Again, let me let you know that 2 local governments are being awaited. And from our own perspective here, I think it is understandable. Those are the riverine local governments, Elijah and Eseodo. And while we are waiting, we already have a new set of analysts in the studio, people who know the terrain, they know the socio-political ups and downs of Nigeria, and they want to bring in that perspective into the Ondo governorship election. Very close to me here is Dr. Abubakar Umar Kari, an associate professor of political science in University of Abuja, and a political analyst generally. You're welcome, Dr. Umar.
Thank you for having me, Femi. It's political sociology, actually.
Okay, political sociologist?
Yes.
Beautiful. You let us know what how that differs from...
Not substantially,
okay.
Only different departments.
Okay, beautiful.
But the same subject matter.
And that fits in perfectly into what we're doing. We're looking at the socio-political terrain of Nigeria. Okay. Someone who is adept at financial analysis, but also a political guru. And he is with us. Niyi Akinshiju, you know him very well, a public affairs analyst. And so he too fits in perfectly into this. You're welcome.
Thanks so much. My pleasure as always.
Okay. Niyi, let's talk about Ondo and what is coming out of it. Does it surprise you? Now, does it surprise you is very wide as far as I'm concerned, in terms of the results we have had so far, in terms of the conduct of the people of Ondo, in terms of the conduct. Just give us a picture of what crops into your mind as this election begins to wind down.
Thank you very much. I think first I also need to establish the fact that I am from Ondo.
Oh, great. That's great. So you know,
I am coming from the context, you know. So I understand the politics and of course the geopolitical terrain of the state. I am not surprised. If we look first at INEC, INEC had started evolving a pedigree that we can relate with, you know. And I didn't start my benchmark for that pedigree from Edo, you know, from other elections. We have seen an evolution of deployment and adaptation of technology. We've seen much training and upgrades of resource persons in INEC. And of course, for every election, we see a lot of efforts the INEC deployed in enlightening the populace, as it were. So I think INEC had self-consciously, you know, tried to upgrade its operation. So I was quite, you know, confident that INEC will come out, you know, not relatively strong, but strong, really, in the conduct of the Ondo election. Then talking about the Ondo election itself, the outcomes is obvious. These are the things anybody that follows the political dynamics in the state will know that this is what should be expected. One, we have the three senatorial tripod with a history of rotation of leadership, especially at the governor's level. From every term to term. And without going into a conference, there seems to be an unannounced consensus, you know, on how the governorship, you know, rotates amongst the three senatorial districts. And you can start tracking the history, you know, even right from the Second Republic, and that's where they start from. They don't start in this republic. They start from the Second Republic and start, you know, outlining how the thing rotates. In this present republic, for instance, you've had the North, in the person of late Abade Farati. You've had the South, the person of late Dr. Agagu, and you've had the Central in the person of Dr. Mimiko. So, of course, after Mimiko, it will naturally go back to the north. So, in the last election, 2016, Mimiko, of course, as sitting governor, tried to support his attorney general. The same Itayo we are talking about now, SAN. You know, but the consensus then was equity. Let this go back to the north. So much that the Akure local governments, you know, the two Akure local government, north and south, at that time, voted massively against their own son. You know, it was all an acceptance of that equity. Of course, Arakunrin Akeredolu won that election. Now to 2020, the normal tradition is to say you don't need
let
to
him complete his term.
The normal tradition is you can just 4 years.
Okay.
That's the normal tradition.
Okay.
Yeah, until Mimiko.
Okay.
So Mimiko, as for the first time, you know, spent 2 times. So another convention evolved.
Okay.
So with the coming of 2020, I think the idea was, okay, let Akeredolu complete his second term. The major deciding factor in this election would be the South.
Yes.
Don't forget that the major contestants
are divided.
They are north and central.
Okay.
And the south.
Yes.
Of course, Ajayi is from the south.
Yes.
But anybody who is a political buff will know that he will not go anywhere. But what I'm saying is,
before you go further, let's track back to how you started this foundation laying. Are you telling me that Ondo people really would not necessarily go for political parties? They would just go for that equitable share of that of the zoning system.
At all times, it's equity. Now, the factor I was trying to come up with is that the Ondo South would rather vote for an Akeredolu to conclude his second term than to vote for an Itayo who would start another fresh term of 8 years. So for them, they will need to be patient for another 4 years.
Rather than be patient for
another 8 years. So you will see massive support coming for Akeredolu from the south. And principally it's because, well, they have claimed that
we don't have the votes of 2 major local governments in the south yet.
I can tell you that the votes are already in.
Even when their son, Ajayi,
Ajayi was not representing, and I'm sorry to say this, it was not as if by consensus. You know,
people now said go for it.
And you see, in politics, the truth of the matter is we call something structure. Structure is about your representation at every tier of the constituency you are aspiring for. And it is not about how popular you are, but it is about how rooted you are, you know, in the grassroots. By the time Ajayi was leaving the APC, the time was too short. It's quite popular. But the time was too short for him to start building structures. One, he had no political party of his own. You know, it was coming from the APC. He moved to PDP. PDP does not belong to him. You know, it was a participant at the time, but it's been more than 6 years. You know, so you couldn't go. It would be a foreign land. You know, they now have the ZLP. Yes, the ZLP is relatively strong. It's not a structurally strong party in Ondo itself. You know, in Ondo State itself. So moving into that party also was not exactly a brilliant political move. You know, and I tell politicians, we must evolve this mentality of patience. The Constitution itself has provided for phase out. If you are not doing well in a particular phase, all you need to do is to become and prepare for another phase. It's 4 years. If you had waited another 4 years and used that to build, he's still a young person, to build his structure, I don't think the result coming in for him would be as low as this.
Dr. Kari, we are further enlightened. Everybody had a picture of Ondo, but Mr. Kishiju's foundation now gives us a better footing. Give us your own picture of what is coming out of Ondo, how that relates to our politics in Nigeria generally. Is there anything to learn from the Ondo people?
Yeah, a lot. But my general view is not going to be substantially different from his. Okay. He stated the basic facts. There are a lot to learn. Apart from Ondo, I think it is only in Niger State that this strict adherence to the rotation principle among the three dons has been faithfully kept, which is quite impressive.
Could it therefore be a miscalculation if a political party comes and does not follow, does not read the people and just picks a candidate for the sake of picking?
Yeah, it could be. Just as happened to Ajayi, who took a huge risk as a sitting deputy governor, having parted ways with his principal. He moved to PDP first, but PDP is a well-established party and he couldn't have a headway there, and moved to a relatively weak party. He took another risk again by trying to reenact what his own godfather Mimiko did, moving to Labour Party. He got away with it because it was in sync with the established consensus then. But Ajayi took double risk, trying to thwart an established arrangement to sneak in and under the platform of a relatively weak party. So I think these are two risks that could not be taken together, and probably that is why he's not getting away with it. But I think generally the Ondo State election is full of a number of lessons. The first one, it is now very, very difficult to argue with INEC if INEC says we are beginning to get it right in terms of organization and in terms of delivery of a fairly free and fair election. It's a process, as mentioned by Mr. Akinsuji, that has taken some time in evolving, even though there are some setbacks in Kogi State. But the Edo experience and the ongoing Ondo experience has given us hope that actually INEC can get it right. The political class can also get it right, because from the reports, from the observations by monitors and so on, both in terms of organization, Yaga, for instance, said 77% of polling centers receive election materials as at 7:30. We have had that before, even though there was a slight reduction in Edo State. And if you look at the general atmosphere, the election was substantially peaceful, which was again the earlier doomsday prediction. I remember that some flashpoints were identified, which was good, and the security agencies certainly focused their lens on those areas. But as always, it is the electorate themselves that determines whether an election can be peaceful. And apart from some isolated cases, particularly in Akure, the elections were peaceful, which also means that it is possible to have a keen contest but still have a peaceful election, which is very good, heartwarming. And this elite consensus in Ondo State, I think it is something that should be emulated in so many other states. It gives inclusion and participation. If people will silently take a position that, look, let everybody have it from time to time, it will reduce bitterness and desperation and even guarantee
a sense of exclusion.
Yes. Okay. So these are some of the lessons.
But there's a low point for this election in Ondo State, the turnout. Let me give you some figures. In 2011, we had 30.9% turnout. In 2016, it was 35% turnout. In 2019, there was no governorship election there, but there was presidential election, and it had 21% turnout. And from what we are seeing in this election, it's barely 35% turnout. In spite of the sophistication of this arrangement in Ondo State, which is, like he said, can be emulated by other states, there doesn't seem to be a sophistication in terms of coming out to vote. What do you think may account for that?
Well, I think we first need to also apply the principle of relativity here. The population of voters had actually grown between 2011 and now. 39% in 2011 will definitely not be the same as 39% in 2020 because of, I think, two different voters registration exercise had been taken since then. So I think in terms of values or figures, there will be difference. There will be different in the numbers of turnout. I also believe, that generally there is that it's a Nigerian thing.
Exactly.
If we extrapolate it, it's by state or even at the level of the national election, presidential election, I think we're talking of the same range, which of course would also translate for a need to do more in terms of voters' mobilization and enlightenment. So I don't want to docket it as an Ondo State character, because I personally be on ground Ondo State. And I think what also goes for the governor, for the incumbent, is that it has so much to point to, and if you have a governor that has that record, it's supposed to be a motivation for people to come out. And if you look at the results we've had now, we can see pointers to that, especially in the central, where they don't have stake in the equity we are talking about. So you still see that a number of local governments in the central that Yitayo came from, SAN came from, still voted against the PDP candidate. Now, what that tells us is actually an endorsement of what the incumbent governor has been doing. Hardly do you go to any local government and you'll be able to point to 2, 3, 4 roads constructed. No matter how far it is to the capital. So he has a record he can reference, and of course at the debate. The debate
now,
between...
let's since we have the figures as you speak, we have the figures, so we can easily look at these figures to confirm what you are talking about. That is Ondo State for you, the north, the central, and the south. Look at let's say Akure North, of course, went to
PDP.
Naturally. Eitayo.
But it's not the same with
Akure South.
This Akure.
That's a town. That's a local government.
That's a Yitayo's
local government.
Okay. But you spoke about some Ondo, for instance.
You have it already.
Let's say Ondo.
Ondo West.
Ondo West. All in the central. The central. Now see that. So we don't have the figures here. No, but this is a wrong figure. This is a wrong figure. No.
The governor actually won in Fidel.
Yes. Aha.
Yes.
That's it.
This on
You can see the incumbent governor picking this local government.
Now, the interesting thing about this local government is that it's one of the local government that used to fall under the influence of the erstwhile governor, Governor Mimiko.
Okay.
You know, it's what they call the township local government.
Yes.
You know, shared. Owned by Mimiko.
Okay.
So you see Governor Keredolu, leading here.
Okay.
And my observation is that the turnout here is excessively low.
Okay, exactly. I mentioned that in our last discussion.
Exactly.
Ondo
East especially.
Yes.
Excessively low.
What could have accounted for that? What do you think?
They are not in the election, actually. I think, yes.
Could that...
They are absolutely not.
Theirs is particularly, in fact, about the lowest in the state.
I think it's principally perhaps because they don't have a stake.
No governorship or deputy governorship.
And what it tells you is that they are not relating politically with the SY governor.
Okay.
Because the SY governor, being is one of his own local governments, should have been able to mobilize, for his candidates. And his candidate actually came third in that local government.
Yes.
Just as he came third in Ono West, his own home local government. Of course, the turnout was relatively high, but the incumbent governor led with more than 15,000 votes there in Ondo West local government.
Yes, and of course
the same with Idonre local government too. Also in Central.
Yes.
Idonre local government, in fact, in Idonre local government, the Idonre local government is the seat of the senator representing that district.
Okay.
The PDP.
Yes.
Yes. So you expect that the senator would deliver on Idonre. But
one of the campaign things I heard during campaign is that since PDP had 2 senators in Ondo State, it would help in this election. It doesn't always seem to work out, Dr.
No, it doesn't always follow. Yes. There are so many cases in other states. Sometimes the emergence of a particular senator or member of House of Reps will be purely because of some internal dynamics. And every election is usually taken at its own merit. Yes, the fact that a particular senator belongs to a particular party does not necessarily translate into that party always winning in that particular constituency. Other internal dynamics are also very, very important. And I think there are other factors to also look at. The political history of Ondo people right from the Second Republic, they have been fiercely independent, very, very proud of their own choice. They don't necessarily follow the bandwagon, even within the Southwest. The presidential elections are reference point, and they can actually decide to vote different parties on different election days. So they are not usually a bandwagon people, as I mentioned. Normally they look at the candidate, they look at the party, perhaps performance and so on and so forth. And maybe that is the kind of crisis that Mimiko found himself in while trying to play the Godfather. The people do not necessarily share that particular sentiment. They wouldn't want him to dictate to them. They want to be independent. They want to make their own choice. And perhaps that is the kind of situation Ajay finds himself in.
The 2 PDP senators actually lost their local governments. They won their polling booths, but one lost its ward and local government, and one lost its local government.
So one of the with that, one of the issues we should be looking at during elections, after putting together all the other theories, which may be very valid, some of the theories you have highlighted. Another theory, I think you mentioned it, is performance. Yeah. What a governor or anybody who is an incumbent, what he can point to as having done. I think that must have been the one that affected that area.
I think for those governors that had spent, Mimiko broke that jinx. What went for him at that time too was a claim to performing.
Yes.
For those that lost in their second term bid was also because they were not performing well, at least in the perception of the people. So while the equity of rotation exists, the functionality of it is actually anchored on the performance of the governor. Okay. Perhaps if Akeredolu had not performed in the thinking of Ondo State people, the equity of rotation may not apply at this time. Okay. So the part of the unwritten nuances of that rotation is to say, yes, you have a right to this governorship,
but you must perform.
But you must perform for you to retain the seat. Yes. So if Aketi is retaining the seat, it must be because in the thinking of the people, they performed.
Those who are on the ground, like Niyi, would have a different picture. But before results started to come in, I certainly could not have read the state perfectly, particularly because of the spread of the candidates.
Yeah.
3 major candidates, one from the north, the incumbent,
one from the central,
one from the central, and he has more population of voters in the central, and then one from the south, who left the government of the one in the north in the claim that it was their turn.
Yeah.
So it made it impossible for me to read. But things have turned, Dr. Kari.
Yeah, that is one thing with politics. But if you really understand the arrangement and the dynamics, it will not be surprising. We have mentioned the issue of consensus, irrespective of rotation, which is a very fundamental and key consideration.
Yes.
Then the issue of performance. But from the word go, I knew that the South was going to be the deciding factor, just as Mr. Akinsuju said.
Yes.
The APC and the PDP candidates are quite strong, and they have structures, they have war chest, governors on the different divides have been there backing them, and so on and so forth. And it was also very clear that Ajayi will not do very, very well because of the structure that is propping him on. So whosoever gets more votes from the South will likely cost home to victory. So if there is any surprise, which is really not a surprise, is the incumbent taking most of the central local government, apart from his own Akure. But even within Akure, don't forget it is a state capital, and the nature of a state capital is that people from the other part of the country are also there.
Yeah.
Yes. So that is how the incumbent benefited, perhaps, even if the Akure indigent decided to vote the son of the soil. Those who are not from Akure will not likely follow suit. And that's exactly what happened.
Let me remain with you, Dr. Kari, and begin to, of course, the discussion had been opened up a long time. But let's further open it up and see what Nigeria can benefit from this. Before the Ondo election, not much attention was paid to because of Edo was just about 3 weeks or 2 weeks before it. And a lot of people were afraid of violence in Edo. But all of a sudden, things went very well. Then we finished Edo and moved to Ondo and started to hear news of violence cropping up in campaigns. What is it that makes politicians want to hold on to, not generally, but in some instances, want to hold on to violence as part of the tools of electioneering?
Well, in the third world and even in Nigeria, there are a number of examples in the past, even present, where violence was used effectively as a weapon. Politics is like war, say war without bloodshed or whatever, but in this part of the world and in certain places, actually the major thing is violence. I remember in Kemba of Inewi in 2007 said we prepared for election and they prepared for war. If we had known, we would have also prepared for war. So politicians know very well that in certain circumstances, your ability to marshal violence is a serious advantage. It is something
when you started
undesirable.
This, you said in the third world,
yes. So the thing goes beyond Nigeria. Yes. Actually, violence has been used effectively by politicians to get what they want. However, this is undesirable, undemocratic. It is even counterproductive. Because in the end, if all the contestants decide to unleash violence, then I don't know who is going to benefit from it. So it is refreshing and heartwarming that perhaps members of the political class are beginning to think that, look, we don't have to marshal and unleash violence to get what we want.
Do you know why I asked this question? It's what we saw, like I told you, coming into the election was a little scary. But then the elections came, and even if we have pockets of violence, it's nothing near what ushered in the elections. Things look normal now. So where did the quiet come from?
I think it's about the consciousness of the people, one, and then two, just like Doc here noted, it's used to be an orchestration, a conscious orchestration, strategic orchestration of politicians. And you can go into history. Even in our Third Republic or our Second Republic, we used to have youth vanguards for all parties.
Yes.
The other name for youth vanguard was thugs. So it's a conscious thing. But now we don't have that. But again, don't forget that we still suffer from huge unemployment. We have youths who believe that is a period they can be gainfully employed. Yes. You have a fallout of touting, in the political environment. Yeah. So it's during this time some of these young people in the younger generation actually seek out opportunity, for this violence. And of course, some politicians, normally not at the topmost level, would employ them. So what is obvious now is that it is not an official orchestration of political parties, to consciously, groom these thugs to go and engage in thuggery. So whoever must have been involved will just be flashes, and that's unlike before, when you actually have deployments, Yes. And what is also good now is that the idea of federal might is receding. Before now, and I'm not even talking of recent times, you used to have deployment of federal might, where the federal government would deploy security officers, security operatives, to create scenarios of confusion and violence deliberately, either to stop voters from coming out, or to inflict physical pains on an injury on oppositions in a way that if a party is seen to be strong in a particular area, that visitation of violence would of course dissipate the energy or the capacity of that party in that area, you know, and of course, again, suppression of votes too, and all that. But now we can only be thankful for the presidency of Muhammadu Buhari. Yes, some people will say the president does not organize election. We know that it's INEC that organizes election, but we've had presidents that had consciously deployed the states, apparatus of states, to go and cause confusion and violence in the economic, in the election space, you know. And so these are the things that distort our democracy, as it were. So going forward, what these are shown, just like what Edo show, is that it's no longer a conscious thing, you know, to deploy Togri in elections.
Let's look at the demography of the registration and voting in this election. I saw these statistics and I told myself, any candidate the youth decide to go for wholesale will win. 1.8 million voters, 1.822 actually, 60% million voters in this election. 882,145, 48% of this number are youth. Youth within the ages of 18 to 35. Then middle age, 30%, 556,000. The elderly, now these middle age people are 36 to 50. The elderly are 51 to 70, quite a number in Ondo State. 295,000. Yeah. The elderly in Ondo State are still very active in politics. And then the older ones, the 70 plus, they have just 4% of the population. In campaigning, in electioneering, were you of the knowledge of any of the candidates targeting any group?
The first group you need to target at any point in time actually is the group of the elderly, especially in a state like Ondo, because those are the people that are settled in, you know, in the states. They are the farmers, they are the residents, more or less. And of course, anybody that is 51 and above is likely to have been well institutionalized in the political dynamics of the state. And I can tell you, though it has not been empirically, you know, established, and of course I don't have the quantitative evidence, but I can tell you from reports that came in yesterday that bracket of the demography were the ones that first set out to be at the polling stations. Between the 51,
we saw some of them on television.
If you look at that percentage, more than 50% of voters turnout early in that morning, you know, were in the class of that demography you are talking about. Because one
upbringing, possibly
upbringing. I was actually going to go to that upbringing and culture.
Those elderly people, they go to farm. They want to early enough,
and this is what they believe in. They want to go for it. You know, so it's once you have that in a state like Ondo, you are likely, you know, to come out tops. Then two. The youth, yes, but we can also extrapolate that into the Nigerian scenario.
Yes.
How many numbers of our youth? And it's a thing that touches me. In the Nigerian scenario, we have more than 66% of the voting population in the youth class, in the youth demography. But how many of them turn up or turn out to vote? You know, so it is also what will reflect, you know, in Ondo State. There's a need to galvanize our youthful population, you know, and perhaps more enlightenment, and perhaps a need for purposeful philosophy to be set out for them, so that they can know that the present and the future of this country belongs to them.
What is working against our youth now is leadership. You hardly can see any group of youth and ask for their leaders. They do things, but they just how is that an observation?
Yeah, I think it goes deeper than that. I think we have to look at three major things, but they are all intertwined. It has to do with a political culture, as we call it, a political behavior, belief, attitude, and these are functions of education, consciousness. Regrettably, people within that age category, they are fundamentally lacking in all these values, political values. That is one. The second has to do with preferences. Regrettably, again, the youth in this country have almost completely different preference. And politics is not one of them. Election is not one of them. They play their own politics within the social media, and they stop there. If you go there, you will see debate, acrimonious exchange and insult and predictions and so on and so forth. But that does not even translate into going to acquire the voters' card. Even few of them that have managed to acquire the voters' card don't think it is worthwhile, again, because of low consciousness, low political behavior, very weak political culture, to go out and vote. But there are the people who criticize government, there are the people who engage in political discussions within the social media without necessarily elevating that discussion into conscious political action. So it has to do with their preferences. It also has to do with socialization, the way they are brought up.
Are they not willing to succumb to each other's mentorship? If they want, if we say the elders are still lording things over them, among themselves, can they have people who can direct this?
Yes, that's ordinarily they should submit themselves to mentorship, but you can only submit yourself to mentorship if consciously believe and value the mentorship itself. So in the first place, they are not properly socialized to accept mentorship. They are also not properly socialized to believe that there is hope in politics beyond the exchange in the social media and so on and so forth. So what perhaps the system or society should do is to consciously conscientize and enlighten the youth to accept the democratic process as the way out. If and when that is done, I can assure you that they will always come out in mass to vote. Otherwise, they just have fun in the social media and that's all.
What's the role of the elites in all this in Ondo State? And it's a double-barrel question. Yesterday, when elections were going on, we had a lady on the set, and she really was not fascinated by the participation of women in the elections. Only one woman contested out of the 17 for the governorship. While I also proposed it should be an advantage to the women that 16 men are contesting against only one woman. She should be able to, she didn't still want only one woman. She thought that was not. So elites in Ondo State, how do they come together in this? If a state like that can reach consensus, I'm sure the elites must have a role to play, either in terms of the role of gender in a state like Ondo that is well educated, and women are certainly not pushed to the back in education in Ondo State.
No, definitely women are not put to the back. But again, like I observed, it's a Nigerian thing. It's, women in politics have clear social, political limitations, and even psychological, cultural limitations too. And until we start addressing those limitations and challenges, we may not be able to get out of this. Either we like it or not, this is still Nigeria in the African continent with its limiting cultural African culture. The average woman is still limited in terms of interacting, with the larger community, as it were. The average woman is not still economically empowered. And of course, to get into politics, it's about economic empowerment. It's not a venture, for those who are not economically empowered. Women, either we like it or not, are still seen as playing the second fiddle, in our political, social-cultural environment. So these are natural challenges that the women still need, to survive. And I think it is also, just as we are talking about the youths, as a strong strategic demography in the political sphere, there is a need for a conscious, conscious strategies to uplift the women folk, because they still remain the most functional demography, either in our politics or in our economy. And until we unlock that potentials, I always insist, until we unlock that potentials, we may not be able to rapidly, embrace the kind of objective we need to embrace, as it were, where we still have our women folk lagging. So it should be a conscious thing at the level of the federal government, at the level of state government, at the level of local government. Unleash this thing. Let us start seeing some appearances of activities elevating the women folk, especially in the political area.
Well, yes, that's a suggestion everybody would take. But how do we consciously unlock? Is it for men to step back, or is it in appointments? Particularly when it comes to elections, where I used the language survival of the fittest, and some people did not think that politics was that, but that looks like what is pushing the women back. So how do we unlock, consciously, using his words, consciously, and I think very few people would disagree with that use of words, consciously unlock. So how do we do that?
Incentives, and there is some kind of tokenism within the political parties, where some hurdles are usually lifted in order to encourage participation of women and so on. But this thing generally will take time because of the patriarchal nature of our society. When something is embedded in culture, it can only go gradually, no matter how you try. The fact is that we operate a purely patriarchal society where men call shots, where women are expected to rise up to a certain level, no matter their education. And this thing is, it also goes beyond Africa. But giving incentives, both within the home, for instance, husbands should allow their wives, give them a free hand to participate, because sometimes the problem is within the home itself. Some husbands, some parents, some relatives, and so on and so on, deliberately put obstacles on the part of political actualization of women. On the one hand, then the political process itself should give certain incentives to women. I like the idea of giving them free forms or substantially subsidizing them. We can even try what certain societies have done, even though it's controversial, to say, okay, certain number of seats or percentages of political offices should be given to women as some kind of incentive or encouragement. But, as I mentioned earlier on, this is something that will take time because of the patriarchal nature of our society.
Some of the, in fact, if not all, of the statistics I have read out on this program or guiding my view of this election were put together by Yaga Africa.
Yeah.
That brings us to the role of civil society organizations in monitoring our elections.
Yeah.
Yes, we say that so much has been achieved in terms of improvement in our elections. But let's look at the role which the civil society organizations have continued to play. Monitors, both domestic and external monitors, in giving us a good direction.
They're very commendable. I think I would personally continue to encourage the civil societies because they are the bedrock on which a democracy is actually built. People who are supposed to be impersonal, they don't have direct stakes in terms of material benefits, from the democratic environment. They are more or less what you call catalysts, They try to drive the system and set a global standard for that system. And we must give that commendation to Nigerian civil societies, either in terms of Yaga, Transition Group, and so many of them. The progress of INEC, more or less, is rooted in the activism of the civil society. Because for every election cycle, these are the people that come up, with their, either at the international level or at the domestic level, that make observation, do reports, and in those reports, these observations and possible solutions are also distilled and presented to INEC. INEC cannot possibly see what it's doing, and monitor effectively. These monitors are objective, they are third party, and just like I said, they don't have a particular material stake in the electoral process than to see the system work. So I think they should be encouraged. The electoral space is even more open now because we have the activism of the civil society. It's for me, it is commendable and it should be encouraged.
You're thinking about that?
Yeah, I think what they do is spectacular. My own position is that if the Nigerian electorate will be as active, as robust, as serious as the civil society, we would have gone very, very far. Because they do a number of things far, far beyond election observation and monitoring. They give technical assistance. For instance, I personally have participated in training agents, training electoral officers. They partner with the political parties. They carry out advocacy. They engage INEC. They engage all the other stakeholders within the political process. And if you take Yaga, for instance, they have done so many innovative things, like the popular watching the vote, where they do something like
compare the votes at the polling units,
auditing,
the
audit trail of
INEC announces.
Yes, and then they look at the entire package, because normally the electoral process entails a number of activities, sometimes 20, 25, 30. So they critically examine every stage, every part of the electoral process, critique it, and they give reports to INEC. They tell INEC that, look, you have to block all the loopholes. If we talk about the election situation room, which is like a conglomeration of some sort of the civil society, they do very, very well. If you remember 2015 election, for instance, perhaps the attempt to truncate the process was largely thwarted by the robust action of the civil society. They played a very active role in the election declaration process, They stretch themselves very well, and they have been embraced by the international community. Now, so their role is quite spectacular. And I still maintain that if members of the political class, members of the electorate will be as active as the civil society, our democracy would have gone places.
Let us remind you, just as we continue to monitor what is happening in Akure, that we are waiting for 2 local governments to be announced. We already have results, and you must have seen them being scrolled. The 16 local governments out of 18, and we're waiting for them. For those who know the terrain, this wait is understandable. But can we do something about the span of time where results coming? Now, I do remember in those days there are some states that were notorious for turning in results late. And Nigerians can read meanings into things like that. Yeah. It's just good that this result, this already one that we have, seems to have been determined just by our visualization of what has come in. If it was a tighter election, can't people begin to read meanings to results coming in hours after others have come in? What can we do to stop this, to break this, to reduce the gap of waiting?
Yeah, I think INEC has started that journey already with uploading of results from polling units. Okay. I think it's a very, very commendable, measure. It immediately addresses the challenges of collation. In the election value chain, collation is a major headache, where you would have even had very peaceful election. Yes. But at the collation points, you see all manners of trickeries and all that. And of course, before now, if we're waiting like this, there will be anxiety everywhere. Yes. That's it. Because it's like we are waiting for the decider. Yes. But I think to a large extent, there is no need for that anxiety. I'm very sure if we go online, some of these results from those local governments would have been uploaded.
It's only that they must be tallied manually
before we can talk about it. Yes. But if you get online now on INEC site, you are likely to have seen more from the polling units in those local governments. And the truth of the matter is there's little we can do, about this. And because of the terrain of that local government, there are some polling units that you have to travel by road, river, and sea. So before you get to them. And getting to them is the same thing you have to do coming back to. So it's the challenges of the terrain. But I think the solution of that uploading, is a major measure for me.
We have moved so far that INEC has insisted on using these technology to help the process so far. But there are people who have said that INEC has been slowed down considerably, first by the Supreme Court judgment on Rivers, and then the lack of signing of the Electoral Act amendment. So is there any legislative intervention that can help this kind of situation?
Yes, and beyond that, perhaps constitutional review. Okay. I think now we are fast moving into the inevitability of using electronic voting. We have to take advantage of technology. All this process of having to gather and for local government electoral officers to be coming one by one to take a whole day, shut down an entire state, keep people at suspense is utterly unnecessary. Technology can take care of all these things. But first, we have to revisit the ground norm, the constitution, look at all the obstacles that make these things legally impossible and join them.
Okay, let me interrupt you because just what we were asking for is being done now. I think the results of the last 2 local governments are now available, and they are in Akure, the collation center. They are already on, so we'll join them immediately.
Yeah, I want to make the summary of the whole result. In the Ilaje local government area, we have 12 wards. 12 wards. 12 RAs, registration areas. And the number of registered voters for that local government is 132,281. 132,281. Number of registered voters. Yes, 132,281. Number of accredited voters, 44,624. 44624. And the votes scored by the parties are Party A, 4. Party AA, 4. Party AAC, 27. Party ADC, 95. Okay. Should I start afresh or as
Yeah, you can start afresh.
Okay. Party A, 4. I repeat, 4. Party AA, 4. I repeat, 4. Party AAC, 27 votes. 27 votes. 27. 27. Party ADC, 95 votes. 95. Party ADP, 174. Party ADP, 174. Party APC, 26,657. 26,657. 26657. 26657. Party APGA, APGA, 13. APGA, 13. 13. Party APM, 5. I repeat, Party APM, 5. Party APP, 23. I repeat, Party APP, 23. 23. 23. Party APP, I'm repeating again, 23. 23. Party LP, 59. 59. 59. Party NNPP, 6. 6. 06. NNPP, 6. Party NRM, 19. 19. I'm repeating, Party NRM, 19. 19. Party PDP, 11,128. Party PDP, 11,128. 11128. Let me repeat again. 11128. Party PRP, 26. 26. Party SDP, 156. 156. Party YPP, 13, 1, 3. Party ZLP, 4,405. 4,405. 4405. Total valid votes. 42,814. 42814. 42814. Rejected votes 1,316. 1316. Total votes cast. 44,130. 44130. That's the summary of the
record of cancellation. Cancellation of vote.
Cancellation? Yes, I said the we have the records. Cancellation of vote. Votes cancelled.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Can you inform us?
The area details, okay. Okay, so a moment, please. Well, I have a breakdown here. Breakdown per parties. Okay, you don't want that. Okay.
Yeah, we have the cancellations in 2 polling units. The first one is Mine 2, regional area Mine 2. So we recorded 453 rejected votes there, and then there is another one at Ugo 1.
Rejected votes that you are talking about. You are talking of cancellations. I think they don't mean the same thing. The rejected is not the same thing as cancellation. It is contest.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about that. Yeah, so the cancellation, Mine 2, that's registration area 4 or 04. It affected 1 polling unit, and the number of regional of voters, the voters registered there is 453. 453. The votes cancelled there is 453. Votes cancelled there, please. I'm correcting myself. The votes cancelled there is 453. And then in Ugo 1, the regional area code is 7. It affected 2 polling units, and we cancelled 1,026 votes. Yeah. So the total is 1,479. 1479. Yes, those are the ones cancelled. Yes. Code of the is one is 4.
Which one was submitted for Bayito among these? Which one is this the one for Bayito? This is a record. Can you record one? This is the one. The units affected are these. 001, 008, and 009.
Okay. Okay.
Mahito. For Mahito, look at this particular, this 40G. Look at that. Let's check. To the total That's it. 453 total registration.
Okay, so
Prof, these are the details. These are the details you need to give them now.
Okay.
These are the details.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we have sorted the thing out for Ugo 1. The polling units are number 1 Ugo T. The code is 008. The code is 008. And then the second one, the code is 009. For Mahi 2, the code is 032. For Mahi 2, the code is 032.
We were made to understand that 1,479 votes were cancelled, but we don't know the reasons why they were cancelled. Was it because of violence or malfunctioning of card reader?
I think it's important to give the reason.
Because most of the report we had from the field was that the card readers were malfunctioning and people had to wait for them to bring another card reader, just like what happened in Ondo. And one common factor we noticed that most of these places are where a political party seems to be strong, and they deliberately, maybe I'm not alleging anything, but that card readers will not function and they will deprive the voters there of voting, so that a particular party might not have might have the required strength. So the same thing here now, 1,479 votes were cancelled because of because there was no incident of violence. We had that it was also card reader, and they were.
The collation officer should give reasons.
Yeah, I have reasons for that.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's a case of overvoting. We overvoted and then we scored 0. We give all parties. It's a case of overvoting. And when we realized that, we scored all the parties 0. Okay.
What of the result for Ilaje? I think I'll continue.
Okay. Good afternoon to us. I'm Professor Mutalib Adiroga from Obafemi Awolowo University. I serve as the collation officer for SOD local government. Local government. And my EO.
My name is Benjamin Nonso Michael, the electoral officer, SOD local government.
Can I go ahead? Okay. The results obtained in the elections are as follows. Number of registered voters, 70. 10 words altogether. Number of registered voters, 70011. 70011. Number of accredited voters, 24270. 24270. Vote by parties. Party A, 14. Party A, 14. Party AA, 01. Party AA, 01. Party AAC, 24. Party AAC, 24. Party ADC, 78. Party ADC, 78. Party ADP, 101. Party ADP, 101. Party APC, 13383. Party APC, 13383. Party APGA, 09. Party APGA, 09. Party APM, 12. Party APM, 12. Party APP, 25. Party APP, 25. LP, 79. LP, 79. ANPP, ANNPP, NNPP, 06. NNPP, 06. NRM, 11. NRM, 11. PDP, 4680. PDP, 4680. PRP, 14. PRP, 14. SDP, 76. SDP, 76. YPP, 27. YPP, 27. ZLP, 4760. ZLP 4760. Total valid votes 23300. Total valid votes 23300. Rejected votes 868. Rejected votes 868. Total votes cast 24168. Total vote cast 24168. Thank you. None at all. No challenge. We are fine. Generally peaceful, no challenge, no cancellation, no problem at all.
Now we have to wait for the final computation of the results. Having had all the 18 local governments turned in, and this is not going to be too long a wait if the returning officer has started tallying the figures and adding before now. All he now has to do is just to add Ilaje and Eseodo, the last two local governments. Or else, if it is now that he's going to begin to tally all the 18 local governments, then we have a rather long wait. But I think going by what happened in Edo, we waited just for the last local government to be added to the ones that already have been tallied. And I think that is what is happening now. We'll do that for a few minutes. We hear them. And once they come on, we'll take the overall result and the announcement of the results. Now, let's talk to our guests a little bit while. Oh, okay. It's like he's ready to talk now. He's already on the microphone. Let's hear him.
Okay, I go there.
That is the reason why it's running away from that side. This is the reason why it's running away from there. You're bringing this to here. Is he talking? Just come, sir. Forget it. Call the parties so that they can sign it. Call the parties to come and sign.
Okay, I call the parties. The parties in turn.
From here.
One, party A.
Party AA.
It's
coming. Sign here, sir. Come here, sir.
Yes, that is all.
You press it so that you can appear on the video.
Name first.
Okay, name and signature, yes. Name and signature. Okay. No, this is the signature, just by the side. Thank you, sir. AAC. AAC.
Party AAC. It's coming, sir. Manage their space, sir.
And they even wrote 10 instead of 11. Yes. Just manage the space. Your name. Signature. Sign. ADC.
Not here, sir.
ADC is not. ADC is not there. ADP.
Party ADP.
ADP.
ADP. Not here, sir.
APC. Is it here?
Yes, sir. APC.
APC.
Yes.
Yeah. Should be. Abga is not there. APM.
APM.
It's not there. APP.
APP.
LP.
LP.
NNPP.
NNPP.
Not there either. NRM.
NRM.
Not there. PDP.
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 It's coming, sir.
Okay. Your name first. Your name PRP.
PRP.
SDP.
SDP.
YPP.
YPP.
ZLP.
ZLP.
This man for it. Okay, for 11. You wrote 10 instead of 11. Just disregard 0 to 1. 11.
It's okay. It's
the Nigerian police to collect it. The party agent can come forward to have a copy. AA. A is not there. A is inside. AA. I don't have like yes. So, AA. ZLP.
What about NDP? NDP before ZLP now.
calculated 3,000.
What we have next is the declaration form, EC8E. We are going to open it for all of us to see that it's blank before we enter to the vote. I was saying that what is left is the declaration form, EC8E. So it's going to tear it open now. Then we all see that nothing has been entered up to now. So just for us to transcribe the results and then make the declaration. The name of the governorship candidates, the gender, their political party, the total votes received by each candidate slash political party, both in figures and in words. The one in figures and in words, blank. Figures, as well as in words.
From EC60, you was in the collation center, right? EC60. The postal line. That's 195, 791. Sir, if there is any occasion, if there is any Bible mark of this result, it may as well render it almost invalid. No, sir. As it is now, at least with some spectacles, one can read very, very well than watching anything. It's okay as you are bringing it. If I want this to be this will be blood. It's not going to be blood, sir. It's not. Sir. Assuming you want to say, over he said it now. But it is, sir. You will see a more deeper. And by the time you are comparing the intensity, no. He's not saying it's different. See this. What one son we pay one to one big. The figure is 195,791. Sure, that's right. One on the line. The people also the line. Now that's the way. To the people also the line. Put better. We are going to trace it. That and everybody is there now, so can be agreed here. You see what the same thing. In another person's copy, it is clear. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be mad. When you look at somebody else's copy, otherwise, we don't get them. You cannot give it. You can't give me copy. Nobody can give them. So this is very difficult. Okay, it's very simple. Which you need to total the wait, you need to total the yes, sir. Which one is this? This figure here. If you add all this, you're not going to make that's it. Yes, it's okay, sir. It's okay like that. I don't think you need to make any it's still it's good. It's very good. The simple things I'm saying now. Cherry, even if you are going to make a photocopy of this, I want to. Cherry, what I'm looking for. Submission of all this. It was important. You know why? I'm a lawyer. So when I do documents, I need to be sure that whoever is looking at it is nobody can trace that's another issue. Even this duplicate, you will still need the original. Of course, they say the certified true copy of the original. So that's why I say this is just for your copy. So you don't have any problem at all. There's also
Before we take the final results, let's recap on the last two local governments that came in. They are Ilaje local government area and Eseodo local government area. Ilaje APC won 26,657 votes. PDP had 11,128. Then ZLP had 4,405 votes. For Eseodo, APC had 13,383, PDP 4,680, and ZLP 4,760. Before now, Niyi Akishidu had opened our eyes to the possibilities. Indeed, he was talking about the incumbent Akeredolu winning all local governments in the southern senatorial zone. And I quickly interjected and said, we don't have the results for two local governments. But it seemed he was able to stick to his prediction. Niyi, you got it all right. How come this can happen in local governments where the incumbent deputy governor and a contestant for the governorship of the state can come from?
Well, it's simply a perspective. As we noted, there is that unwritten agreement, amongst political gladiators in the state, and it comes from generation to generation. So this one in particular, I expect it because one, the deputy speaker, the deputy governor, his decision to contest. It's not properly structured. There are certain expectations, and of course, certain directions you are supposed to adapt when you are going into political contests. Okay. One, it has to be deliberate. Second, it has to be structured, and third, you must also carry the appropriate sentiments. Okay. In his case, I don't think he was able to generate the appropriate sentiments in his own home senatorial district. Generating the appropriate sentiment will mean a generation of attachment by the political players in that senatorial district, to him. I don't think he was able to achieve that. So, and of course, there is also a larger objective by the political operators in that senatorial district. The consensus, as it were, will be that Akeredolu is a nearer, shorter route for their governorship aspiration. Yeah. Than him, who one is not prepared, and two has not also created that South mentality, yes. For himself. It must for you to have the people of a certain area support you. The people must see you as truly representing their aspiration. So in this case, I don't think that the people of that senatorial district see him as representing their aspiration. So they will rather support.
Is it not possible that he comes back stronger? After this election, Because
it's
actually,
open.
I'm told that he was a recognizable personality. Possibly may not be a political personality, but a recognizable personality because he had been local government chairman and he had done well. So is it not possible he comes back stronger?
It is possible. It is possible. But again, you know, for every political circle, there are other dynamics, you know, that defines that circle. This circle is gone now. You are entering another circle. There will be new factors and new interactions and all that will define that particular circle. Yes, it may come back strong, but the truth of it is that there's also a deficiency already, you know, noted in his name. He had never lost an election before. Now he had lost. In politics, that is a demystification of a sort. You know, it's no longer invisible. While it was invisible at the time, it's no longer invisible. So going forward, let's hope that other dynamics may help his aspiration. But as it is, the major aspiration now in Ondo State will be...
Now, let's now go to Akure again. Let's hope that this is the final weight.
So we enter only for the affected local government areas where some results had been cancelled. Those are the ones that will be entered into this from this 40G2. Election to the local government.
So while we still continue to wait for that all-important final declaration, let's continue to look at our own perspective of this Ondo governorship election. So if we have said this much about Zenith Labour Party and Dagbo Olajayi's incursion into the governorship race, this is the second time Yitayo Jegede is going for a shot at the governorship. What is it that you think is holding him back? People say he's a gentleman, he's liked as a personality, but not liked possibly as a governor, yet at least.
Yes, it's not. Well, perhaps the calculation is still not in his favor in the 2020 circle. The field will be thrown open going forward towards the 2024 circle.
Permit me to... Why would it be as open as you are making it? When we have said that from the consensus of the state, somehow they always want to take it round the senatorial districts. You would expect that the next election, someone from the southern senatorial district would be going for it.
Yeah, just as I noted, it's unwritten.
Yes.
So it's not cast in iron.
Okay.
Okay. And of course, at every point in time, there will always be two outstanding districts that could lay claim
to it.
to it.
Yes.
But again, by domestic rationalization and logic, there will be that also unwritten consensus that by certain factors and elements, this district
is more
as qualified credit, to claim the ultimate diadem, as it were. So and that's why I'm saying it will be open. It will be open between the central and the south districts. Now, theoretically, and even in practice, the north is out of it. It's out of the equation for 2024. Any northern candidate that is coming into the 24 circle will be seen as an outsider and as an interloper.
Possibly a spoiler.
A spoiler. No matter how qualified, how good intentioned and all that, is anybody from the north may not, be, and I'm using the word
may not get the attention that he may actually deserve
at that time. So now it's going to be between the central and the south. The south may lay claim to it because by the calculation of the circle, the immediate past governor of the state was from central. Though the circle had gone round. You had Ade Farati, from the north. You had Agagu from the south, and you had Mimiko from the central. So it's like a new circle starting with Akredolu
at the north.
So, but it will now be by how do I call it? By sequencing. Who comes first? Is it the central or the south?
Now I see your usage of the word open.
Open, exactly. So it now depends on the new factors and forces that will come into play going forward in the next 4 years. Who is able to pull the right string, who is able to generate the right sentiments, who is able to root a stronger structure, than what is on ground now. All these are all the things that will now determine where the pendulum will swing.
And possibly who is able to move to the political party
that will be appropriate at that time. That will have relevance and all that. Okay, I think it's time.
So now let's hope eventually the announcement has started, at least the...
I am the returning officer of the Ondo State governorship election held on the 10th day of October, year 2020. That the election was contested. That the candidates received the following votes. Rotimi Adeleye Akindejoye, male, A party, 292. 292. Joshua Oluwafemi Adewole, male, 093. 93 votes. Adeleye Adekunle Peter, male, of AAC, 814. 814 votes. Adelegan Adedapo Oluwaseyi, male, of ADC, 2,440. 2440. Martin Kunle Olateru Olagbegi, male, of ADP, 3464. 3,464. 3,464. Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu, male, of APC, 292. 830, 292 830, 292,830, 292,830. Oluwoloba Dele, male of Abga, 271, 271, 271, 271. Akim Olanrewaju Abinu, male of APM, 309, 309, 309, 309. Olaoluwa Adesanya, male of APP, 527, 527, 527, 527. Okwade Taiwo, female, LP, 1977, 1977, 1977, 1977. Ojajuni Eniola Joseph, male, NNPP, 222, 222, 222, 222. Fumilayo Jenyo, Ataunoko, male, NRM, 468, 468, 468, 468. Eyitayo Olayinka Jegede, male of PDP, 195,791, 195,791, 195,791, 195,791. Ali Babatunde Francis, male of PRP, 669, 669, 669, 669. Peter Oyeleye Fashua, Peter Oyeleye Fashua, male of SGP, 3053, 3053, 3053, 3053. Ojon Dotun, male of YPP, 398, 398, 398. And the last but not the least in the alphabetical order of the name of the political parties, Agbola Alfred Ajayi, male of ZLP, 69127, 69127, 69,127, 69,127. Okay. That Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu of APC secured the highest number of votes among all the 17 contestants. Moreover, it was expected to score at least 1/4 of the votes in 2/3. That's in 12 local governments, but it scored at least 25% in all the 18 local government areas. Then, moreover, the margin of lead, that's the difference between his vote and that of this person, of the candidate who placed second, is higher than the number of cancelled votes. So the margin of lead is higher than the number of cancelled votes. So consequently, having satisfied the requirements of the law, I hereby declare Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, as the winner and is hereby returned elected. Thank you. What? Statistics of no, it's not on this particular sheet. That's on the previous one. Total valid votes was 572,745. 572,745. That's the total number of valid votes. 572,745. And the rejected 18,448. Rejected 18,448. Thank you.
Prince Rainier. Could be, he's very keen on his turn.
The constitutional requirements. Thank you.
Information, please. Important information for you.
Campaign Council, led by Jide Sanwo-Olu, for the wonderful work they have done. I think the Campaign Council have been most wonderful, they have been most supportive. We are grateful to you, and I thank you all for the great work you have done. So I want to thank also the great people of Ondo State. You are great. Odo Asenwa. So I thank the great people of Ondo. The wonderful things you have done. I want to thank you, and I can assure you that this confidence you have reposed in us will not be thrown away. We will hold this as a sacred trust to continue in a style of leadership which I believe this is more or less a validation of that style of leadership. I thank you. I thank everybody. And
what's the message to your opponents?
Talking about politics, there's no way you go about it without having adversaries. So I don't have opponents. I don't believe they are my political opponents. They are my adversaries. And no doubt, we have gone through this race, and I call on all of them to come and let us support each other to make this state great. Everybody has his own part to play. So let all of them, let us all join hands to make Ondo State great again. That's my message. Thank you.
And we have a lot of governors here, and particularly we have the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who will also speak to us now. Now, Your Excellency, what does this win mean for the APC politics in the Southwest?
Well, thank you very much. I think, like what Brother Arakuni had said, it's a win for all of us. From the entire leadership of our party, Mr. President that has led from the front, the chairman of our party, the caretaker chairman, and His Excellency Governor of Yobe State. And you can see the teamwork. It's not one person, it's a whole team that has come together. And so what it means is that when we all work together as a team, we win together. And the real winners at the end of the day are the citizens of Ondo State. Because indeed, they have re-elected somebody that is a talk and do governor. We've all gone around, we've seen him, and he's deserving. It's not a show, it's deserving. We've gone around, even coming from here, from Akure, it's clear to me that Ondo people know what is right, they've done what is right, and they've given him opportunity to continue his good work. And I want to thank him, thank his family, thank everybody in Ondo State, and thank all my brothers that have supported us. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, we still have more governors with us here, and I'm going straight down to the governor of Kogi State, Yahya Bello. Now, Your Excellency, what's your reaction to this? Another win for APC?
Thank you very much. We give glory to God Almighty for this wonderful victory for the people of Ondo State. Governor Arotimi Akeredolu as well. Like all the governors that have spoken earlier said, it's a teamwork. You can see our sign is broom. When we all come together, it is difficult to be broken. We are together, we are one, and we are solid. This election is to simply prove that APC is strong and united. And by the special grace of God, every election we shall continue to win because every governor and our legislators are performers. Thank God that I have a wonderful friend, brother, and a good neighbor. Kogi State requires and we need good neighbors. This is one of my neighbors that is joining me once again. And here is another neighbor that is seated here today. And I am being surrounded by APC and very wonderful friends and brothers. We give glory to God Almighty and all the youth of the country. I want to urge each and every one of us that we should continue to support this government, support Mr. President, support Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, support APC. Because through APC, we shall get to the promised land. We thank God.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And we have the governor. Your Excellency, what's your reaction to this? Another win for the APC in the Southwest.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate brother for this wonderful victory. It's sweet. I congratulate the First Lady as well. I congratulate our President, Buhari, the Vice President, leaders, and I must thank all the governors who have been so united in supporting our brother. Well done, wonderfully well. I must commend the chairman of the campaign. He has relocated from Lagos for about 1 week now. It's important for us to realize that APC remains very strong. APC is in charge. Nobody should have a doubt about that. And with unity of purpose, we will take APC to greater heights, even between now and 2023. I believe this is a signal for the other parties to know that we are still in charge. The other experience will never repeat itself in any part of APC state. We'll prove that in Ondo, and I believe we'll do so in other parts of the states. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The governor of Ondo State has a thank you speech for the people of the state. So we now go back to the governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Oluwarotimi Oduayo Akeredolu, for his thank you speech.
Thank you. Then I will praise you with music on the harp, because you are faithful to your promises. Oh my God, I will sing praises to you with lyre. Oh Holy One of Israel, I will shout for joy and sing your praises, for you have ransomed me. I will tell about your righteous deed all day long. My dear people of Ondo State, join me in acknowledging the grace the Almighty for the outcome of this exercise. I cannot thank all of you enough for the peaceful conduct witnessed generally in all the local government areas of the state. I cannot thank our security agencies also enough for the way they have behaved in these last 3 days. I thank all those whose resolve for growth in our state remain a steady source of inspiration. The renewal of a mandate in this election is an eloquent testimony to the degree of acceptance by you, the good people of Ondo State. It affirms that the confidence reposed in our administration remains unshaken. It is a statement of your assessment of our performance in the last 3.5 years. It is unequivocal. It is direct, inspiring, and soul-lifting. It is awesome. It is a reward for hard work, dedication, focus, honesty, and patriotism. It is also a challenge to us for the dedication to service in the interest of our people. On this, we shall not relent. We set out on the first leg of this political adventure with the determination to make the whole state our constituency. We have not relented on our mission, and we shall not relent to bridge the huge infrastructural deficit inherited on assumption of office. We hold the axiom as evident that the welfare of the people should be the only justification for the existence of a government. We have allowed this admonition to be the guiding principle of governance. We are elated to receive a scorecard through the statewide plebiscite. The resounding victory of our great party, All Progressives Congress, throws an open challenge to all stakeholders not to choose the path of complacency. We have noted the few dissenting voices of protest in this referendum. We heard them loud and clear. We intend to address genuine grievances. We shall continue to focus on the development of a God-given space, the Sunshine State. Our administration, that is, my humble self, including the Deputy Governor-elect, Lucky Orimison Ayedatiwa, will not be distracted in the discharge of a sacred mandate. The people will continue to be the center of all decisions. As you note in my speeches, that the people of this state, my romance in politics is with the people of this state. We will proceed with the administrative style which promotes transparency and accountability. We are determined to set our state on a progressive path of real development. Self-reliance is certainly attainable. Our state has no business with poverty. To be sincere, we will remain purposeful, we will remain focused, and we believe we should have little difficulty in harnessing the vast resources, both human and natural. We will put in everything to justify the trust reposed in us. Let me use this opportunity to thank the chairman and members of our party caretaker / extraordinary national convention planning committee, Governor Malabuni, for their cooperation and unalloyed support. I want to use this medium also to admonish them to all continue to assist the government with the same spirit of oneness, sincerity, and love. Our people stand to benefit immensely from our unity. I thank security agencies. I've done that earlier on. And I want to thank our election umpires too. I want to thank all our traditional rulers here, community leaders. I want to thank especially our youth for ensuring that there was peace in the state during the exercise. Let me congratulate my brother, Malanef colleague, Eyitayo Jegede, SAN, the candidate of the People Democratic Party, for participating in this historic process. His patriotism is not in doubt. His love for the people is unassailable. He is indeed a worthy adversary. Our state is indeed blessed to have someone of his quality, and I want to mention it specifically. Let me commend the chairman. I think I've talked on this. Let me thank Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for the support and love. I salute his courage in the defense of the tenets of democracy. I also acknowledge my brother, also my learned brother, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibaju, SAN, GCON, for his support. Let me equally acknowledge the unflinching support of our national leader, Ashaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Posterity remember all of them for good. I must acknowledge my chairman, a great chairman, a young man that has done seriously and tremendously well. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize you and our other brothers, all of them who came in for flag off, for the mega rally, the final rally, and those who have been with us for about a week. All of them are still here. I must acknowledge the governor of Osun, Boyega, Oyetola, Ileri Oluwa. I must acknowledge the governor of Kogi, Yaya Bello. I must acknowledge my brother, the governor of Ekiti State, John Kayode Fayemi, and I must acknowledge our two other brothers and others who have left, the governor of Kebbi and the governor of Jigawa, for their support. They stood with us like Rock of Gibraltar. And other governors, particularly my own very good friend, the past governor, immediate past governor of Ogun State, Sia Oye Omo Ajiri Ibukule Amosu. I thank you for your support. I will pay. So let me also seize the opportunity to recognize the chairman of our great party in Ondo State, Engineer Adetimeyi, Mr. Johnson, and members of the State Working Committee for their resilience. I think they have tried. I must not fail to mention again my running mate, who I'm sure will remain very loyal. Abi, he will be loyal. He will be loyal to the end. And that's Lucky Orimiso Ayedatiwa and his amiable wife, who had, as you know, was not resident here before. I'm sure he will relocate, because before they take this man from you, come back from London. And lastly, we couldn't have done this without the First Lady of the state. We have done it. She's a wonderful lady, and as I said before, this state, by this election also, this is one for the price of two. So I want to thank the First Lady for her support. Again, let me thank the Almighty for this overwhelming victory, and make this solemn pledge not to betray this most liberal trust reposed in us by the people of this state. I thank Ondo State people. I thank all aspirants that were contested the primaries together, all of whom came back to give support to us. I thank all leaders of our party in Ondo State who have done tremendously well. We have all worked together. If not for our unity, we would have had this success. I thank you all. I thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the media. I can see that you are here in large numbers. As you did yesterday, you are more than voters. When I got to the polling booth, I said to you, are you the ones who have helped? Well, you are also here today in large numbers. Great men. Yes. I must thank you, the press, for everything. A woman leader has done so well, but I thought she was a member of the committee, but I'm asked to single her out because she did very well. You see, Stella Okotete, I have told them that you should leave woman leader. If the zone secretary area, go and control the secretary, because you are a good worker, a workaholic. Thank you, woman leader. You have tried. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your patience. I say, go, Mokiyo. And you can do so there, Nova. I say, Ọlọ́run ló mo dúpẹ́ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run fún Adébíyì èèyàn lè dà lọ Ọlọ́run fún Adébẹ̀ èdè gíga.
Just as we did after the Edo governorship election, I think we can confidently do again after the Ondo elections. It's very palpable, it's very clear that we have had yet another successful election. And it shows from the conduct of everybody involved, and the results that we have. Now, Ondo State has a governor-elect in person of the incumbent governor, Governor Rotimi Akeredolu. Now, the state also has an incoming deputy governor, a deputy governor-elect, and that is Lucky Ayedatunwa. I hope I got that very well. And so everything is set for the inauguration in a few weeks' time. Now, in this studio, the people who have guided us through the last segment of the election are still here. Dr. Abubakar Umar Kari, please give us your thoughts as we begin to wrap up this very successful election, if I can use that word.
Yes, well, just as you said, the election came and ended very well. It defied some doomsday prediction that there was going to be violence. The most surprising thing in all, perhaps, is the margin of victory, because the final tally turns out to be a landslide, a difference of almost 100,000, which is quite significant and substantial. And it actually shows that the people of Ondo State have spoken, and they have spoken very loudly, as admitted by the winner in his brief acceptance speech. Generally, kudos go to INEC. It even goes to the president. Perhaps his body language, his temperament, his disposition made every stakeholder to play according to the game. I mean, to play the game according to the rule. It's a significant victory for the democratic process. It's a loud confirmation that we are getting it right, and one hopes that we'll continue to build on this achievement. All the stakeholders within the electoral realm will continue to act in unison positively, so that our democratic enterprise will continue to be strengthened.
Okay, now I think we'll have to return to Akure now. We're going to link up with Olubukola Aduwo, who will be talking to the PDP candidate, Mr. Itayo Jegede, on his reactions in this election. Okay. Thank you. We link up as soon as we are able to get what we actually want. It's the reaction of the PDP contestant, Itayo Jegede. But now, before we went briefly to Akure, we started to look at the margin of the result. And Niyi Akishiju, you can see that it's such a wide gap, close to 100,000 votes, very, a few thousand short of 100,000. And here we already have it on our board. So, your comment about this?
Well, as I noted, it's. I mean, what is obvious first is that if there had been a merger, because at the point in time there was a merger talk between PDP and ZLP, you know, so what this tells us is that even if there had been a merger,
merger would not have done.
It wouldn't have upturned the result. So it's and again the figures are showing an impressive turnout, you know, relative to the last election, and relative to the total numbers of voters card collected. I think out of total 1.8 plus registered voters, you had 1.4 collected voters card, and you have something over 600,000, if my calculation is right. You have about 600,000 total votes, as it were, more than 600,000 total votes. And that should be in the region around 40% of total votes, voters card collected. Okay. By the Nigerian benchmark, yes. I think it's impressive. Okay. It's impressive.
Yeah, the total, close to 600,000 voters turned out, which is very impressive. And to use your word, by our current benchmark, it's just a good turnout. We would have, for 1.4 million voters who collected their PVCs. Of course, we don't expect that everybody who collected PVCs will turn out to vote, but 1.4, and this is close to 600,000, is quite a large turnout. Dr. Umar, let's look at what the speech of the governor, and he spoke about, we have heard your protests loud and clear. What do you think he was talking about?
Well, okay, perhaps he was talking about those who did not vote for him. Naturally, not everybody was going to vote for him. And those who did not vote for him are also substantial, more than 40%. So it's a significant majority. And it is always good to take cognizance of a significant majority. The best thing for him to do now is to be the governor for all, to put behind election and be a statesman, a leader for all. Generally, the speech showed a lot of candor, even though there is hidden meaning to certain statements he made, but he's a politician, and politicians have their own ways of doing things and saying things. And I think it is quite good that he made the speech almost immediately after the declaration. This is also significant. And I'm particularly impressed by the superlatives he employed to describe his major opponent, Jegede. I think this is an open invitation, which one would have expected Jegede to accept. But again, in Nigerian politics, it is not surprising if tomorrow or next week somebody goes to court.
Okay. let's quickly return to Akure again and see the mood on the streets of Akure.
Thank you, Femi Okawo. Now at the first bank of Akure, the heart of Akure, and the whole place is calm. Earlier, I've been to the residence of the PDP governorship candidate, that is Eita Jegede SAN, just to get his reactions. But unfortunately, we saw him, drove out of his residence, and we were told from of the town. So for now, he has not reacted. But his party, through the publicity secretary, said that their supporters should maintain calm and should be peaceful, because they are going to study the results of the election and come up with their own decision, and they will let us know exactly the next line of action. But for now, the town is peaceful and everywhere is calm.
Thank you. That's a very valuable update, because we had given the earlier impression that you are going to talk to the PDP candidate, Eita Jegede. Thank you very much for giving us that situation report. Now let's come back to the studio here. Do you know anything about the incoming deputy governor, the deputy governor-elect, Lucky? Give us a picture of how he is. Is he a replacement of the Southern Senatorial personalities in government? Let's know from you if you know.
Yeah, from the little I know of him, is one, of course, is stepping into the allocation, the quota of the South.
Yes.
You know, a direct replacement for the incumbent deputy governor. Yes. He has also been on he has been in the mainstream of Elijah politics, more or less. I think he's a member of the UNPADEC, you know, in Ondo State, the commission in Ondo State, and that commission is quite powerful in the South, because it's supposed to actually be a commission responsible, you know, for expenditure of oil money. You know, in the South. So I think to that extent. But what really struck me is that sometimes destiny played this role, you know, in our lives. Nobody was actually looking his ways when Ajayi was to be replaced.
His first name is actually Lucky.
So it's like nobody. I know that a number of pundits, you know, were playing with some other names, you know, who was to be filled up and all that, and all of a sudden his name came up, and perhaps the Lucky also drove this new result, as it were.
Okay, thank you. And back again in Akure, Agatha, you must be loaded with a number of updates for us. Let's hear from you what has been happening at the collation center.
And earlier we heard from Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu thanking the people for re-electing him for a second term in office. Of course, we also got an update from our reporter in town, Olubukola Aduwo, telling us of what the situation is like in town and the reaction of the PDP candidate to the declaration of the results. It's been a long, sunny day here at INEC headquarters in Akure. And on behalf of the outside broadcast crew, the Ondo Decides crew here in Akure, I want to say thank you for being a part of our live transmission from when voting actually started till now.
Thank you very much, Agatha, and yes, thanking everyone who is on ground there. You have given us valuable pictures and reports of what it has been like in the whole of Ondo State. And here too, we think Nigerians have benefited quite a lot from the sequence of this election, from the conduct of this election, and from the outcome of the election. And before we quickly sign off, let's give our final thoughts, give our guests opportunity to state their final thoughts on this election. Let me start with you, Dr. Umar.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier on, it is all well that it has ended well. It's a significant achievement for the democratic process, particularly for INEC, but it must not rest on its oars. It should continue to give us free, fair, and transparent election. We expect an improvement in the off-season election. I have learned that there will be about 15 of them very soon. We want to see changes. We want to see the much talk about introduction of technology so that the process is going to be seamless, the organization will be superb, and the outcome will be acceptable for all.
Now, what do you think will begin to happen in Ondo State now? The election is over. Do you have a picture of what the citizens will be expecting, would be doing now? Everybody must settle back home now. All the agitations are over. But what are we to begin to expect?
Seriously, I think the governor himself particularly contextualized the basis of this election in his acceptance of thank you speech, as it were. He described it as a referendum. And I was actually touched, because if all governors or if all office holders consider their term, in office, as a performance that would be brought forward for the people
to assess,
to assess in a referendum.
Yes.
It will make the delivery of services, to the people more conscionable. What the governor had told us is that he had done so much, and that in this election the people had voted, as an endorsement or otherwise of what he had done. Fortunately for him, the people had given him a pass mark,
yes.
And that pass mark would mean that he needs to do more, going forward into his next cycle of administration. So, if the governor is coming with this set of mind, setup of mind, I think it's good for the people of the state, as it were. But more importantly, I think there will start now being some form of realignments, towards towards 2024.
Yes.
Because for politicians,
yes.
it's
the next election.
It's the next election.
Exactly.
This one had won.
Yes.
We thank God he had been able to showcase some achievements.
Yes.
But we would be happier if at the end of the 4 years, the achievements are bigger, and can be proudly exhibited,
yes.
But beyond that, politicians are now getting set on who next,
Thank you for going that way, that in your answer to my question. But I remain with you. The reason I put that question is that, and it's not in Ondo State alone. You are in politics, so you know that in some instances they say a particular person is not playing the right politics, and performance is put aside for some time, and they say he's not playing the right politics. For someone who is going into second term, what should he be doing?
What should he be doing? He should just be delivering on the promises of infrastructure, on social needs, filling up the social needs of the people,
yes.
Trying to urbanize, the state. The state is actually a rural area, a classified state,
yes.
And the more you have an urbanized state, that means you modernize those rural settlements and all that into urban centers. Of course, you see more reflections of development and all that. The political undercurrent of it is to be building strictly to the political class, and I don't think that generally, will reflect on the welfare, of the people. Some politicians will say he's doing so much, but he's not touching base with us.
Yes. And they hold his faith.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the governor had been able to show balance. One is a primary election by a landslide. What that will suggest is that eventually he touched base with the politicians, one way or the other. He was able to pacify that class, and they actually showed appreciation. And now we also have the state too. From what we were hearing in the state during the electionary campaign, it was like a tense situation. The character of the competition emanating from that state during the campaigns was actually anxiety triggering, But the result has shown that is perhaps a better marketer than all the other contestants.
Umar, give us your thoughts at this. You are a political analyst. Candidly, of course, sometimes we can't throw everything open here, but what should a political office holder focus more on? Pander to the people, or pander to the politicians who hold his fate, who decide whether he survives or not?
Well, it's a delicate balance, but for me, this is a mandate and it's supposed to be sacred. His main allegiance should be to the people. What I expect every political office holder to do is to govern, and this is what is quite lacking. And governance entails a lot of things. It entails tending to the needs of the people, and these needs are multifarious, ensuring peace, stability, harmony, addressing basic and other problems, linking up, and so on and so forth. So, at the same time, taking care of his own political present and future. It is something that is doable. Okay. It will be very wrong for any political office holder to tilt only to one side at the expense of the other, particularly to continue to pander to selfish and self-serving interests of few party faithful at the expense of the people.
Thank you.
The people matters, and very importantly, it appears that most second terms are anticlimactic. People who appear to have performed very well during the first term somehow release their foot on the gas pedal, so to say, and then begin to play politics. But for me, it should have been the other way around. Second term is when you are not actually looking for another term again. So you should be able to work more for the people. You must have started certain things, ensure that they are all concluded before the term limit. So it should be a golden opportunity to deliver. And I expect this governor and every other person that has been elected to so govern.
A message, a very solid message for all our political office holders from our panelists, and I'm sure they're talking for Nigerians generally. Yes, you need to survive, you need a political lifeline, but the people put you there through the instrumentality of your political stronghold. And so that is a message, and we are told, our assessors have told us that Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu was able to handle those two areas successfully. Possibly that's why he's able to return with the margin he has. Thank you very much for being part of the 3 days of marathon transmission of the Ondo governorship election. Before I thank you, I want to say thank you to our guests who have been here, those who are on set now and those who have gone before them. Niyi Akinshiju, Public Affairs Analyst, thank you very much for coming. Dr. Abubakar Umar Kari, Associate Professor and Political Analyst at the University of Abuja. I want to say thank you for your time. And our beloved viewers, without you, we would not have that tube on. Thank you for staying on with us, and I hope that we have learned a few things about the politics of Nigeria and how our electoral system can continue to improve. Again, we think this is an improvement over Edo elections. We will be looking forward to the Anambra elections next year, but before then, there will be senatorial, National Assembly elections that will be held in November this year. And so we hope that our political and electoral system will continue to improve. Once again, on behalf of the management and staff of the Nigerian Television Authority and all the backroom staff, I am Femi Okewo saying thank you and see you again.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms. Facebook at NTA Network News,